The track is open.
So, with the track opening, we welcome you to Valladolid here in Spain, the circuit Teladios, and Adam Weller here alongside Paul and Jean, bringing you all the coverage of the 1/10th scale off-road four-wheel drive Euros. RC Racing TV happy to be here in Spain, of course. Brought to you this weekend by Fiat and HPI Racing. Qualification sessions 4 and 5 starting off the day. And we've already had, obviously, sessions 1, 2 and 3. And after the first 3 sessions, it is
45 seconds to start. Go to your start position.
I've been given the wrong sheet, I've just realised. I'm just looking at my sheet and it's EFRA electric off-road 2-wheel drive, which is no good to me. So I have to give you the overall positioning a little later on. Paul, if you could do me a favour and head up to race control and ask for the 4-wheel drive standings after 3 runs, rather than the 2-wheel drive, that'd be incredibly useful. But we'll follow Lee Martin of Britain. He'll be the first man off the line for this first session. We start off with the quick boys. This is Group 7. And Lee Martin, who's had some issues with the car so far in quali. It's broken twice. And he's going to have to hope that lightning doesn't strike again for him. The third time lightning would strike again. 2 almost identical failures for Lee Martin's car over the last 2 sessions, coming to a halt immediately after the landing for the bridge on both occasions. So hopefully the car's been fixed and sturdied, so the popular and fast Brit can perform to his highest level. Of course, with a difficult yesterday, he really needs to make sure that this session goes as well as possible. So Lee, over the line he goes, looks to be commanding things out there, and sure enough, no one seemingly close to him on the timing screens right now. Already 7/10ths up on anyone else out there. Max Mort in second position at the moment. So Lee Martin off to a stormer here. Bright sunshine in Valladolid, just what the doctor ordered, but not enough breeze for our liking quite yet. And if you were watching at the end of yesterday's broadcast, you may remember some talk of rain in an hour. Yeah, it turns out the referee has a sense of humour, and that was a complete joke, but I took the bait. So there hasn't been any rain overnight, as you may have guessed. Bit of a hard landing there for Lee Martin. He's going to hope that doesn't have a consequence on the car. So Lee Martin already catching up to some of the drivers towards the back of the field in this session. Just going past Thomas Musso of Monaco there in the bright yellow machine. So Lee looking quick out there. Gap extended now to 0.8 seconds. Patrick Hofer of Switzerland, the closest competitor. Lee Martin over the tabletop and over the Fiat Triple. He goes once more, cone corner, over the bridge, around the HPI hairpin and bridge underpass, top end corner, down through the complex and over the final double final corner, and then down the main straight into the EFRA corner. A sub 30 second lap here in Valladolid. This track perhaps better used in 1/8 scale action, but they've changed the layout just slightly, shortened it just slightly for the benefit of these 1/10 cars and competitors. And Lee Martin looks to be on a roll here. 30 seconds remain, 10 laps completed for Lee Martin. So he should get a 12 lap run out of this. This will be his 11th lap. So definitely get 12 laps from this one. And if we're being honest, no one's even come close. JQ, Joseph Quagrand, second, and almost 3 seconds further back. So after the issues of yesterday, Lee Martin off to a great start here.
3, 2, 1.
Could well be a good time as well. Clock's already timed out, so I'd expect a 5:12 or so from this one. A 5:08.566 from Lee Martin with 12 laps complete. If we look at the final corner now, we can see Max Mort. He crosses the line, and Mort closest on the timing screens to Lee Martin. Max Mort on a 5:12.578. JQ on a 5:12.906. Patrick Hofer on a 5:13.442. Tom Cockerill on a 5:14.2. Joel Verlander 5:14.323. Nicholas Manson of Sweden 5:18.9. And Zacharias Vialba and Kari Salmela also completing 12 laps. Thomas Musso only completing 11. So for Lee Martin, that was a particularly good start. Now have the likes of Neil Cragg, Jorn Neumann and co up here on the stand, and I now have the EFRA electric off-road four-wheel drive standings here by the grace of God, or the grace of Paul. It's Bruno Coelho on a perfect 0, the Portuguese competitor. He's been second to none out there so far. Martin Walanka of Austria on 5 points, second place. Jorn Neumann in third. Kari Salmela in fourth. Martin Bayer fifth on 9 points, as is Neil Cragg. Malin Carlsen all the way up to 7th there. The young Swede, young Norwegian rather, on 13 points. Cheers. Una Hattinen directly behind her. Jean-Pierre Sartel 9th at the moment. And the kind of times you'll be wanting if you want to get into the top rungs would be a 5:04 if Coelho is anything to go by. That's his quickest time so far, 5:04.7, course of 12 laps completed. Hubert Honigel, Joseph Quagram, JQ are 10th and 11th, Max Mort in 12th, Patrick Hofer in 13th, Joel Verlander 14th, Kaya Novotny in 15th, Lee Martin down in 16th as of Heat 3. I hazard a guess that he might be slightly higher up the order following that performance we just saw out on track. Wesley van Helmond in 17th, Greg Williams in 18th, Joachim Nicolaisen in 19th, Peter Paniche rounding out the top 20 in the order in 20th, and occasional co-commentator Tom Cockerill currently in 23rd. So Bruno Coelho will be the first car to leave the gates, and we'll focus on him early on in this one. Coelho of Portugal.
30 seconds to start. All cars to the starting positions.
Of course, Coelho and Neumann
Car
getting
1,
into each other at
5,
one
3,
point
7,
out there on
2,
track
10, 4,
in, I
9,
believe it was the
8,
second
6.
session. Just tripping over each other time and time again. It will of course be Neumann
10,
directly behind
9, 8,
Coelho.
7,
So we'll
6,
see what
5,
transpires between the two of
4,
them, if anything.
3, 2, 1. Start. 1,
And off goes
5,
Bruno Coelho
2,
to start his first qualification session of the day, the fourth
2,
of the weekend.
10,
Of course, it's the two best
4,
scores
9,
in qualification count
8,
towards your
6.
actual position. And of course, as we mentioned earlier in the week with the two-wheel drives, no bump ups, nothing like this, nothing like that here with the 1/10 off roads. Your qualification position dictates which final you're in. If you're not in the A final, you're not in contention for the European Championship, and quite simply, you cannot bump up. So if you start in the C final, there's no way you could make it up to the A final, of course, partially because the A final split into 3 heats at the beginning, middle and end of the race day, which will start later on. For now we focus on qualifying, and car spilling out there ahead of Coelho. I believe that was Malin. Was that Malin Carlsen? No, it can't have been Malin Carlsen. Of course, she's not in a green car. I think that's the 8. That is the 8 of Michael Olowski. And Coelho looking good out there. Quickest at the moment. Jorn Neumann so far lost about 7 tenths, but still plenty of time to make that up. 3 minutes and change remain.
8.
So 2 back markers between Coelho and Neumann. And Coelho has gone off there onto his roof, and that's left Neumann ahead of him. So Coelho with a bit of an issue there. And where does that leave him in terms of the timing screens? Well, it leaves him down in 5th actually. Neumann now at the top of the timing screens, so the car directly ahead of Coelho. We'll focus on Neumann for just a little while. The battle between the two. Coelho looking up the inside, obviously now in the tricky position where you need to get past Neumann in order to try and get your lead back. And Neumann there tumbling Coelho through. Cone corner claims another victim.
Two minutes to drive.
So there is Neumann, who we continue to follow for this period of time. A bit of a shaky landing there. He's still closer to Coelho than he was a little earlier on, so I'd hazard a guess that Neumann and Coelho are perhaps still the other way round, and on the timing screens they in fact are. Jorn Neumann on a 2:59 4th position, and Coelho down to 6th actually, so it's all change here. If we go back to the car directly behind Neumann, the 7, the yellow red with the white rims, that is Neil Cragg, the newest European champion in radio control racing, and he is currently the fastest on the timing screens, ahead of Martin Beyer by 2.3 seconds. Behind Beyer you have Hupo Honigel, Jorn Neumann, Wesley Van Helmond, Martin Wallanka, and Bruno Coelho, who's all the way down to 10th now. So Coelho really struggling here. No such issues for Neil Cragg. You see him. You can also see Wallanka a little way back behind him, but Neil Cragg, 30 seconds remain. He'll get a 12th lap out of this one, as will Coelho, who still leads the pack in terms of on-track position. For those of you following the process of some of our younger competitors, we have Wesley Van Helmond in 6th, Malin Carlsen in 7th, and Daniel Kobovic in 9th at this moment in time, although he's trading with Bruno Coelho out there. So Cragg across the line for a 5:04.2. That's a very strong time. That is Bruno Coelho's wheelhouse. 5:04.9 for Jorn Neumann, so 7/10 back from the 5:04.2 of Neil Cragg, but a very good time nonetheless. Hupo Honigel in 3rd and Martin Wallanka in 4th. Wesley Van Helmond completing the top 5, 5:07.666 for Hupo Honigel. Martin Wallanka on a 5:08.1. Wesley Van Helmond on a 5:08.6, but it's a 5:04.224 with 12 laps completed for Neil Cragg. Perfect time for the Brit. In fact, I think that may be the fastest time we've seen all weekend. Yeah, 5:04.7, the best we've seen from Bruno Coelho. And 12 laps completed, 5:04, very good time, 5:04.2. That'll put him right back in the hunt. Craig's fastest time up till then was a 5:10, but still a 5:04.9 for Jorn Neumann, even with a couple of mistakes. Got to question exactly what Neumann could do if he could get a clean run, as Cragg did there. Could see a 5:02 or even a 5:01 for Neumann if the planets align correctly. Of course, one more session for him to do just that. Antonio Hernandez Alvarez, Johnny Sageborn, Nick Child, Cohen Middelkoop, Michael Bolger, Kai Koivaranta, Arturo Paz Rivas, Luis Yage Mancibo, and David Benito Velsaco. The drivers out on track for this one. And of course, if you want to see any of them out on track, then let us know and we'll endeavour to get them out onto the screen for this one.
One minute to start. Seconds to start. Go to your start position.
So the car's lining up, and unless, Paul, there's any advances on your end, then we'll probably follow Antonio Hernandez Alvarez in the early going, be the first car off the line.
I've had a quick look, nothing for this one, no.
Okie dokie.
4, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9.
There was for previous ones, but unfortunately I didn't get to see them in time.
Ah, muffins.
Hang on.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
Car 4.
1.
Okay, Cohen Middle Coupe. We'll take a look at him a bit later, but Antonio Hernandez Alvarez for now.
1, 6, 4, 3,
You can see
5,
instantly
7,
the difference between
8.
those fastest guys we just saw out there and these Group 1 drivers we start with now. You're just so much more tentative in the early few corners of this lap. The likes of Cragg and Neumann and Coelho just attack it from the word go. However, these drivers are still quick once they get into their rhythm. And Hernandez Alvarez there just being overtaken by the one car of Johnny Sajborn. And I was down in the Swedish pits actually last night, being regaled by Kai Koivuranto, who's of course the president of Swedish RC Racing, and he's a fun guy. He showed me his RC Racing pig. Yes, there's an RC Racing pig down there. I'll take a photo of that at some point and maybe put it up on the RC Racing TV group, because it's an interesting looking thing. We suggested that maybe he puts it on the pit stand just before the start of the final leg and see if anyone notices.
It squeals.
It doesn't
as
function.
well.
It's not a moving car, but you could just roll it down the pit exit and see if anyone raises any eyebrows. But we continue to follow Antonio Hernandez Alvarez for the time being.
Positioning after 2 minutes. 1, 2, 6,
We look to the
4,
first corner
5,
now.
7,
The white
8.
car of Middle Coupe just heading over the AstroTurf section, getting a bit loose, but the all-white car of Middle Coupe, very distinctive livery. Rather annoyingly, while we, just as we turned away from the top two, Sajborn and Hernandez Alvarez, they got into a bit of a kerfuffle at the HPI hairpin, so it's always the way, but Middle Coupe making up for it there. Cohen Middle Coupe of the Netherlands. An impressive looking driver. Up and over the bridge.
2 minutes
Back
to
underneath goes Middle Coupe. It's been pretty quick within the context of this qualifying group. And we saw that overtaking a couple of the others and seemingly dispatching them, although having a bit of an issue on the approach to the Fiat Triple. So Middle Coupe flying over the jumps there. This is Antonio Hernandez Alvarez at the front, although he's just had an issue, so I fear that Johnny Sajborn may have just capitalised upon that. We continue to follow Middle Coupe in fourth at the moment. And if we just hold at the main straight for now, 5 car just coming through EFRA corner. That is Kai Koivuranto. And he informed me that if you search on Instagram for the hashtag RCPiggy, then he will, rather photos of the pig will pop up, but steamed his ham rather there over the bridge.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
Just about
4,
managed to
3, 2,
get it back
1.
under on his own power there eventually, but you just saw the fine margins. A little too far to the left as he leapt over. And that was all she wrote.
Finish 3.
Follow Koiviranta over the line. The
1,
charismatic Swede
2,
landing all wrong there.
5.
They were telling me of occasions in the past where they had about a pint between every qualification heat in the past. I'm not sure if he's maybe had a couple already this morning, but Carl looking a bit drunk on a couple of occasions. Kai Koiviranta. It's definitely a standout personality here in the paddock this weekend. And yes, it is finally the weekend. It's Saturday. I can say weekend now. So, Koiviranta, very fun guy. So, the next heat should be out in a short while. The Broommaster's out on track right now. Joe Cockle in this one, I believe, and we have some interesting footage from Joe. If you were watching yesterday, you'll know that he was brave enough to let us strap a GoPro to his head to get a driver's eye perspective of the second controlled practice session, and it came out rather well. I managed to angle it right and everything, and hopefully that will be on your screens soon. Over the course of the next week or so. Been liberally applying the GoPro to a couple of different things. There were a few cars running around the Lamberto Calari RC Raceway in Bologna after the A final. Gianmarco Razzi and Francesco Pizzini, I believe, the two competitors who decided to utilise the free track. And so, obviously, since it was nice and quiet, there was only one driver, and Francesco had been speaking to me a couple of times throughout the day. We agreed just make sure you don't hit the GoPro, and I'll put it in some good places to get some good shots. And for once, that's actually how it played out. So, some good footage from our trip here across Europe. Myself and Paul. Jean flying in to help us on this occasion. And Sergis Kulak, Nicholas Flaudas, Yuri Hoody, Joe Cockhill, Bart van Etchelepol, Tobias Clayson, Powell Hurt, Nigel van Katwick, and Christophe Jadot. Our competitors in this one. If there's anyone you want to see on track, let us know. We'll follow the second car off the line for this one initially. Jean, Nicholas Flaudas of Greece.
Bit of car forward.
Start. 6, 2,
There goes Flaudas.
1,
Did you get that, Adam?
5, 7, 3,
I'm guessing not then.
8,
I'll go and see what's wrong with his headphones.
9,
Just realised that I haven't been able to hear Paul for a little while. We got him back on the receivers now though, so it's all good, Paul. The second receiver up here with full battery, so all is well. Sergiy Kulak and Yuri Hudi towards the front of the field right now. We follow Nicholas Vladas of Greece, who's currently just coming over the tabletop section over the Fiat Triple. So Nicholas Vladas will follow for now. We will follow car 4, Nigel van Katwijk, in just a little while. My apologies for not hearing Paul say that before. The receiver had ran out of AA juice. And if we just look at the Fiat Triple now, the end of the Fiat Triple, and Chacon Corner, there's a recovering Nigel van Katwijk. He just had a bit of a substantial moment at the Fiat Triple. So the green car with the yellow rims. And Katwijk comes up to EFRA Corner and over the green Astro section. Over the tabletop and the Fiat Triple he goes. Cone corner once again. And the 4 car of Van Katwijk recovering along with the driver after a bit of an off there, but seems to be regaining his rhythm just nicely. Goes up the inside there of the 3 car. That's Tobias Clayson, who just got told in no uncertain terms to get out of the way. Our former cameraman Joe Cockhill also spilling out in front of the 4 car. Nigel van Katwijk in 6th position right now. Yuri Hudi again towards the sharp end of this particular group. Well, I believe Hudi there is just the car that we saw being put back on track by Nick Child. So not all going as well as planned for Hudi. Take a look at that front end battle in the last minute or so. We'll just follow Van Katwijk for a little longer. Ooh, not quite getting the run at all there out of EFRA Corner. Yuri Hudi down to 7th.
4, 7, 1, 9, 3, 5.
Vladas now the leader ahead of Sergiy Kulak out there. So we'll go back to Vladas in just a little while since he's doing so well. And if we hang at the corner there to the EFRA corner, where we can see the red and blue car with the yellow rims hopping over the tabletop and over the Fiat Triple. So Vladas have 1 more lap. So he'll get 11 laps out of this session. Not bad at all. But Vladas of Greece taking advantage after Yuri Hudi having a substantial moment.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Over the Fiat Triple he goes, and he's made an error there, but I don't think he'll have lost too much time. He will have held his breath for a bit there as the car tumbled along the floor, but it landed back on its wheels. Over the double for the final time, crosses the line, tumbling over the line there. What a spectacular way to finish your session, but Vladas, provisionally at least, should be ahead of the others on a 5:14.6 with 11 laps completed. Just waiting for everyone else to cross the line before we make any grand proclamations. And indeed, Nicholas Vladas with a spectacular flurry of sorts at the end. The Greek 11 laps completed on a 5:14.6, 7 seconds and change clear of Sergis Kulak. Nigel van Katwijk eventually coming third on a 5:23 with 11 laps completed. Howell Hurt and Bart van Etchelpol rounding out the top 5, and Yuri Hoodie, after his issues, 6th place, the last of the competitors, complete 11 laps. So not the best session there for Yuri Hoodie. And I thought that was a one-off thing, actually. I'm just looking at the back of the shirt currently worn by Joe Cockhill, and it does in fact say C Cup on the back. And I thought they just invented that yesterday in the pit lane, but no, clearly that's an established nickname for Joe Cockhill. A little bit cruel, but he seems to be in and willing on the joke, so that's very good. Nicholas Flaudas also heading out there for marshalling duties. You can see Nicholas Flaudas kind of jogging around the vicinity of the course right now, trying to figure out where he's actually meant to be marshalling. I think he's figured out that he's on point 2, marshal post 2. Goes to go and help one of the other drivers. Gets his high vis on. Marcus Lind, Felix de Hamel, Matthew Chappardon, Simon Luxac, Alejandro Franco Gonzalez, Kevin Saison, Eric Gourgaud, René Levetzau and Nicholas Child expected out on the track for this one. If there's anyone you want to see, let us know. And now that I can hear Paul, we'll get him, he or she, on camera as soon as possible.
Start order. Car 5, 3, 4, 9, 1, 7, 6, 2, 8. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We'll follow Marcus Lind early on in car 5.
5.
There he goes.
4, 9,
Lind, who is
1,
listed as 36th in the order as of run 3.
8.
We'll see if he improves upon that now in this one. Although that run he had earlier on, yesterday in fact, was about as perfect as it got, run 3. If I remember correctly. Seem to remember a very competitive performance from Lind. Round Cone Corner he goes, and up and over the bridge into the HPI hairpin. Lind with the distinctive livery on his car makes it very easy to pick out. The Yokomo chassis. A powerful car indeed. Yokomo chassis is of course quite a way up the order at the sharp end, with the likes of got away from me there for a minute, but I know Tom Cockerill uses a Yokomo, and of course it's X-Ray that's really been the dominant force here in terms of vehicles. Is that Yokomo or Associated on the side of that car? I can't even quite see because it's such a small vehicle, of course. I'm fairly sure it's a Yokomo that Lind partakes in. could be wrong. No, that is a Yokomo sticker on the side, so I'm not going entirely crazy. But as we said, X-Ray seemingly in control in terms of manufacturers' pride.
5, 4, 3, 1, 9, 7,
Dominant
8,
force
6,
in the higher
2,
ranks right now. You could expect the likes of Associated and Yokomo and Schumacher to work on a 2017 package that will bring them back up to speed. Of course, what they don't need is X-Ray to find yet more speed from the car. But never stand still in motorsport of any type. Development curves are never ending. There's no such thing as a car that stagnates, really, until, of course, they move on to another development, another project. So you'd expect X-Ray to come out with some new features, some new parts for their 1/10 off-road machine. You follow the 5 car of Lind, who's being followed and now passed by that's Kevin Saison. So if we follow Saison in the 7 for just a little while, the pink and white, and no, we haven't. Haven't seen Saison in a little while, so he comes across the start-finish. Up and over the Fiat Triple and over the bridge. Paul, did we get a request for this one? I feel like we did and I'm forgetting who it is.
Position after 4 minutes. 5, 4,
No, we didn't, no.
1,
Oh, okay.
9, 3,
Yeah,
7,
making things up.
6, 2, 8.
I'm a bit concerned the chat stalled. I've not had any message for about 6 or 7 minutes, actually.
Yeah. And Saison there with a bit of an issue, not getting the best of landings for Fiat Triple. That leaves him on his roof. Saison down in 6th out there.
To drive.
None of those errors are going to help. So if at the second corner we can just go back to Marcus Lind out front in the 5. At the second, just going towards Cone Corner now.
10,
Lind,
9,
yellow and red.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
This will be his final lap, and the Swede crossing the line.
Finished 5.
11 laps on a 5:02.7. That's an impressive time from Marcus Lind, and once again, pretty much a perfect session
4,
for the Swede.
3.
He's going to have to try and find that edge to cross the line for a 12th lap before the end of this one if he wants to really progress much further. So Lind, Chaffardon, 6 seconds back on a 5:83 in second. Felix de Hamel of Britain on a 5:12.2 in third. Alejandro Franco Gonzalez in fourth, also on a 5:12.5 for Alejandro. Simon Luxac and Kevin Saison round out the top 6, and Eric Gourgaud only completing 10 laps on a 5:07. Renan Levetzau running only 9 laps on a 5:15, and Nicholas Child retiring the car after 3 laps.
Thank you, Marcel, for doing a test for me. Chat is working, it's just that it's Saturday morning and nobody can be really bothered, I don't think.
Is there any more volume to play with on your end, Paul?
Not at my end.
I don't know how to turn up the receiver. Is there such a function?
Yeah, give it John, he can sort it.
John. I've already tried the upwards arrow, if that's what you're thinking. And hopefully I'll be able to hear you clearly, Paul.
Okay.
Yeah, all good now. So,
The track is open.
everything is rosy once again. Tony Niniverta, Florent Jadot, Dominic Van Helmond, Sven Rudig, Felix Zamorano, Fabian Widmer, Luis Enrique Carrasco Cuevas, Joel Maher and Sami Salmela, the 9 cars we expect out on track for this one, of which I believe I'm seeing all 9 of them out there for now, so that's a good sign. If you want to see any of them out on track, on camera, then let us know in the YouTube comments section.
It was so quiet on the chat, and somebody asked about tyres, and I was trying to find my piece of paper that I got at the beginning of the week to answer, and all of a sudden everybody knows.
Yes, they're the Proline spec tyres, aren't they?
Yeah. Trying to come up with something useful
1
then.
minute to start.
Could we follow car 8?
Car 8, okay, that is Tony Ninenverter.
Yep.
So he's the first man off the line, so that'll be relatively simple.
45 seconds to start.
Been pretty quick
Your
out there
start
so far.
position. Seconds to start. All cars to the starting positions.
We see
Start order.
the 9 cars
Car 8, 4,
lined up.
2, 9, 6, 3, 1, 5, 7.
here in Valladolid, the circuit Teledios. This is RC Racing TV, brought to you by Fiat and HPI Racing this weekend.
7, 6, 5,
Finals
4,
day,
3, 2,
our
1.
final day of working, Paul, before we get to
Start.
hit the road back for more familiar
4,
territories.
2,
But
9,
for now, we'll follow the
3,
man very familiar with the front end of this group, Tony Ninenverter.
7.
Who currently sits 35th on my piece of paper in terms of the complete order after 3 runs. See how that looks after these 4th runs that are currently taking place. This is Group 4. Of course, we started with Group 7. So 2 more runs after this one, and then a quick pause, I believe, a few minutes pause between Q4 and 5, and it all starts with Group 8, if I'm not mistaken, the quick boys in reverse order.
Yeah, I make it about a 35-minute gap.
Really? Wow, okay. Ninenverter there with a couple of issues out on track. Continues on his way. Now has the 4 car of Florent Jadot for company. And decides that he doesn't want that company at all and lands on his roof again. We look to the car ahead of Tony Ninenverter, the next car on track, car 4, yellow and blue, the yellow rims. That is Florent Jadot, who is battling for this particular heat with Fabian Widmer of Switzerland. Less than a tenth between the 2 of them out there right now. Of course, laps completed and total time, the 2 all-important parameters here for qualification. 5-minute session. You'd expect 11 laps, or maybe just squeezing into the 12s for Fabian Widmer and Florent Jadot. Joe, of course, leading the way. 2 minutes and 12 seconds remain. An 11 lap 5:01 his current forecast. If he can find a little more speed, can find 1.6 seconds, he may be able to break the timing beam for a 12th lap, which would put him up a little further, even though his time would be in the 5:20s. Doesn't matter, it's the laps completed first and foremost. More distance completed, obviously. It is a very interesting method of qualifying. Of course, if you're new to RC racing, then you may be more accustomed to single lap times being the be-all and end-all. It'd be very interesting to see how other forms of racing, their competitors, mechanics and so on, would adapt to this type of qualification method. As Jadot, with a bit of a roll there, that's probably going to end his chances of having a 12th lap at the very least. And that probably means that Fabian Widmer is going to take it as well. Although Widmer has lost some time over the last couple of laps, so he must have had an issue out there somewhere. So Jadot, Luis Enrique Carrasco Cuevas, Dominic Van Helmond, Tony Nineverte, Fabian Widmer, all kind of dicing through the top 5. Keeps changing, although Nineverte now falls further down the order as other people break the timing beam. But it is Luis Enrique Carrasco Cuevas who's taken advantage of Fabian Widmer and his issues. So Jadot in the 4 may not get a 12th lap in, but still looks like he'll be the quickest out there, unless Carrasco Cuevas can find some more speed.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
It's 1.2 seconds between them on what will be the final lap.
1.
Over goes the 4 car, crosses the line.
Finish 4.
Florent Jadot with 11 laps completed on a 5:02.295. 11 laps completed for him. Dominic Van Helmond comes across the line on 5:08. Nineverte eventually on 5:13. 5:03.8 for Carrasco Cuevas, so 1.5 seconds between the top 2 eventually.
5.
And Fabian Widmer 3rd, Van Helmond 4th, John Maher on a 5:09.985, rounding out the top 5. Everyone completing 11 laps in this one. Zamorano, Rudig, Nineverte and Sal Mellor, the rest of the order. Very much looking forward to the racing later on in the finals, and after the finals we'll see some action for myself, as I'm going to have to walk back to the hotel, as can only fit 2 people in with the satellites and the cameras and everything else that we need to bring you this coverage. I volunteered, in fairness, no one's forcing me, but I thought it would be nice to walk back into the centre of Valladolid.
The track is open.
Nice and close to the Campo Grande Park in Valladolid, and it's a very pretty place. Have you actually been down there yet, Paul? I know you and Jean have done some wandering.
We've only really done bar wandering.
Yeah, well, you should definitely have a look at the park if you can this evening. It's very nice there. Lots of trees, obviously, and lakes, not lakes, little rivers, and peacocks wandering the grounds. Also played some basketball with some of the locals a couple of days ago in the park. Didn't take them long to realise that they'd found a massive handicap in me. Joachim Nicolaisen, Paul Crompton, Tristram Neal, Jakob Lukzak, Wilhelm Skjoldebrand, Jani Hovey, Julian Ferrandis, Clement Border and Sylvain Gelo Selva. The 9 starters for this one. If there's anyone you want to see on screen, let us know in the comments. And only in the comments. While the RC Racing TV Facebook group is for all things RC, we aren't checking that for your driver requests. And so to bear that in mind.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
of course, RC Racing TV also with the like page on Facebook, and EFRA also available to like on Facebook, so do check them out.
3,
Up and over goes the first couple of cars, but an issue for the leading car, rather big one, but it seems to just be continuing. That's car 2, Joachim Nicolaisen, back at the head of the field now, and it just all seems to be going a bit wrong, quite frankly, for most of the trials out there. We've lost Tristram Neal already. You can just see his car there, I think, just briefly, as we went down the main straight. Tristram Neal seemingly damaging his suspension at the Fiat Triple, and now taking no further part. So Neil won't be happy with that one. Again, not the best of landings at the first section for the car we follow, number 2. That is Joachim Nicolaisen, first man out of the gates, currently following the 1 car of Paul Crompton. Crompton, in fairness, not really faring much better out there. The first few cars tripping over each other in the early going. And Nicolaisen again with issues, and that was a hard hit. Very surprised the car lives to tell the tale on that one, actually, because that was just a sickeningly loud thud as he went into the fencing there. But as we said, these cars are strong. Seemingly the car in one piece after that, but quite a thud.
9, 1, 2, 5, 8,
So it's
7, 3, 4.
Wilhelm Skjoldebrand in the 9 at the moment, who's the quickest man out there. We'll have a look at him in just a few moments. Paul Crompton taking no further part in this session, again with an issue with the suspension. Front left giving way there. Trying to see the 9 car of Skjoldebrand out there as the 2 comes in. We said that was a hard hit for Joachim Nicolaisen, and maybe it was a little too hard as he's come back in. Not sure if he'll make his way back out there, but they seem to be testing the rear suspension. Young Daniel Kobovic there, having a bit of a fiddle with it.
2 minutes to drive.
If we just go to the bridge now and the HPI hairpin, we see the 9 car, the red and blue machine with the white rims, orange and blue, coming down through the main straight. Skjoldebrand, 1 minute and 30 remaining, and we can confirm that Daniel was eventually asked to take the number 2 car away, so Joachim Nicolaisen taking no further part in this one. Paul Crompton and Tristram Neal, the 2 Brits, their cars side by side on the edge of the track, will also be taking no further part. Now, Skjoldebrand coming under pressure from Julian Ferrandis, who's actually a second clear now. So Ferrandis of France in car 5 has been staying relatively clean out there. That may well be paying dividends. We continue to follow the 9 of Skjoldebrand. We'll see what the gap between the two of them is this time. Gap is extending. If we drop back to the car behind Skjoldebrand on the track, it is Ferrandis there, the orange with the white rims. So Julian Ferrandis may well have this one in control over the bridge around the HPI hairpin, and the bridge underpass he goes, top end corner, down through the complex section and over the final double. Down the main straight and into EFRA corner goes the 5 car. Ferrandis definitely gaining on the 9.
10, 9,
So it'll be their final lap.
7, 6, 5, 4.
But Ferrandis, Skjoldebrand, class of the field here, will be Julian Ferrandis of France, who crosses the line quickest of all, although they have got another lap, so I believe it's someone else who has to break the timing beam first. It's the 4 car of Jani Hovey. So that means 12 laps for Ferrandis and Skjoldebrand. Ferrandis dropped off a little bit on this lap, but he's just close to crossing the line. Skjoldebrand with a small mistake at the final corner. So the
Time is over. Race finished.
Frenchman Ferrandis beating the associated driver at the death there. Julian Ferrandis, car 5 of France. 12 laps completed on a 5:19.4. 5:21.5 for Wilhelm Skjoldebrand. And Clement Baudet, car 7. 5 minutes .025 with 11 laps completed. So only Skjoldebrand and Ferrandis completing 12 laps.
Attention please, team manager from France to the timekeeper.
This is RC Racing TV here in Valladolid, completing our myself and Paul's 2-week round trip of Europe. Day 6 of 6 here in Valladolid. Before that we were in Bologna after driving through France to get there. So it's been a bit of a triangular route. And we'll head back up to Calais, back into Britain tomorrow, but Monday. But it's been excellent providing coverage. This has been my first rodeo with RC Racing TV. Hopefully not my last. I'm learning, I'm getting there, I'm starting to recognise names, faces, associating them with cars and so on, as I did in Bologna towards the end. And it does take time to learn 70 to 80 names, but hopefully I'm getting there, and hope you're enjoying the coverage here in Valladolid. As per request from Jean here on the driver's stand, if anyone's watching from Spain, can you explain why you have like half-hour to 40-minute chunks of TV adverts in the middle of a program? We were watching a show about pawn shops, as in PAWN, before you get the wrong idea. And they showed 3 episodes consecutively, no adverts, and then with about 5 minutes of the third one to go, they cut off to a half-hour solid brick of adverts. which I've never seen before in my life. So if you could ask,
1.
if you know at all, any Spanish viewers, why that's a thing, do explain.
2.
I am a bit confused by it.
6.
I'd completely forgotten what happened in the episode by the time we saw it again.
9.
Jean-Pierre Sartell, the man we follow now as the session gets underway.
4.
Hattinen, Novotny, Paniche, Mayrou, Williams, Vidal Pineda, Fernandez Rodriguez, and Jacques, the 9 drivers out there. And if there's anyone you want to see, let us know. We'll follow PX Sartell for the time being.
A late shout for car 1.
Car 1, okay. Peter Paniche, that's fine. We'll look at him a little later on. We'll follow Sartell for the time being.
The thing we have to remember, of course, is a 45-second delay between you asking for something
Yes, of course.
and then something
of course.
turning around.
Yeah. So if it seems like we're ignoring you for long periods of time after we after you write it to us, that's not us doing it intentionally. It's just that we read it as soon as it pops up, but you hear of us reading it about 45 seconds later. Sartell comes by in the 2, but not the quickest out there. It's Kai Novotny in the 6 who's currently heading the way, but only by a second and a half more or less, which is not the biggest of gaps. Sartell can find something potentially to shrink that a little bit. Although he has to avoid a car there, and he doesn't do so. That is the number 7 of Thibaut Jacquelot. We'll look now for Peter Paniche in the 1, and we'll direct the cameras to him for just a little while. If we go to the bridge now, it's the yellow and blue car just leaping over the bridge. And final time. Not the final time, but we follow the 1 car. Peter Paniche of Austria. Over the Astro. Over the tabletop. And the Fiat Triple goes car 1. Paniche currently following the 9 car of Tommy Mayrou. Paniche 6th in the order right now. Hasn't broken the timing beam the 6th time yet, so we'll see where he comes out once he has. Still only upgrading to 5th. Mayrou ahead of him in 3rd. Kai Novotny in car 6 though. The person to beat out there. Of course, he's got the X-ray machine, so that could be an advantage for Novotny. The consensus in the paddock, the X-ray superior out here this weekend. Of course, you see the banners, world champions, and the car proving its credentials out here this weekend so far. However, by no means is this a one-make series. The other manufacturers working hard to be as competitive as possible, and they'll put forward a strong challenge. The likes, of course, of Jorn Neumann using a Serpent. Let's just look for car 6 out there on track now, so we can have a look at him towards the end. Kai Novotny.
1, 5, 7, 4.
Okay, so car 6 just at the cone corner now, the yellow and white going over the bridge and into HPI hairpin. So at top end corner, now heading down through the complex. There is the 6 car, Kai Novotny, and a big mistake there. That's going to cost him time. Is it going to cost him too much time? Hattinen 2.8 seconds further back in the 3. Hattinen is just ahead on track, so we'll see what effect that has. Sartell is hounding the back of Una Hattinen right now. Of course, Sartell in 3rd. And what we just saw there was a broken car,
10,
and that
9,
was the car of
7,
Una Hattunen.
4,
So Hattunen
3,
in the 3
2,
comes
1.
across the line in 3rd eventually. Kaya Novotny doesn't have to worry about his performance in the end. Front left suspension collapsing seemingly on car 3. I believe that's the associated vehicle that the driver of the 3 uses. And sorry, they hadn't finished yet, so Una Hattunen not even getting to finish. I thought that was the final lap, but Kaya Novotny
7,
eventually 2.4 seconds clear of Jean-Pierre Sartel. Peter Paniche up to 3rd at the end in car 1, Tommy Myru in 4th,
8,
Greg Williams 5th. Of course, everyone who completes 12 laps automatically ahead of Una Hattunen.
Time is over. Race finished.
I'm quite dejected, but have more opportunities yet. So Kaya Novotny on a 5:12 with 12 laps completed. Good run from him. We now take a break for just a little while, about half hour or so, as that was the final session. We'll be back later in half an hour with Group 8, so the fastest guys for their final run. Neil Cragg, Bruno Coelho, Jorn Neumann, Hugo Honigel, Martin Wilanka, Wesley Van Helmond, Martin Beyer, Malin Carlsen, Michael Olowski and Daniel Kobovic will be the 10 competitors. And it'll be 12:30 when we see those cars and drivers in action. So if there's anything you want to tune in for, it will be the quickest guys out there on their final qualification session. And we'll be back in just a little while with the standings after 4 runs and that all-important last qualifying session for the Group 8 drivers. This is RC Racing TV, brought to you by HPI Racing and Fiat. We'll catch you in a bit.
Just occasionally squeeze into the microphone.
So how do you feel about the Swedish competitor's performance so far? Yeah? No, it was a bit of a big crash, wasn't it? He landed on the wrong side of the bridge, you saw him. Yeah, I know. Bad times, bad times. I'm just gonna, if you're like sitting there, Jean, during the practice sessions, like between sessions, just relaxing, I'm gonna come up to you. Oh, don't go there. What a day. No, the sunglasses. Yeah. Yes, RC Piggy. I said that earlier on Instagram. You can find him at RC Piggy. And would you say you've got some nice pictures on that? Exactly. So there we go. Are we keeping him under control, are we, Kai? Okay. So there you go. Kai Koivaranta, one of the fun personalities in the paddock, and we've gained a pig. Jean looks like he doesn't know what to do with himself. Suggish, dampish.
minutes to open the track, 5 minutes.
I don't get tired of stuff like this.
It's stupid, but it's funny at the same
Exactly, that's the thing, isn't it? It's like. Put this on Snapchat to convey the fact that I am in fact a child.
4 minutes to open the track, 4 minutes.
Hi Kai.
Attention driver of pit number 1, go to the marshal position please.
You've seen this
Recoge
before,
coches
haven't you?
del club, por favor, cubrimos posiciones número 9 y 10. Y la 7 también, la de Arpari. Three minutes to open the track, 3 minutes.
What is this? The Swedish guys have got. Yeah. This pig's more popular than me. Doesn't take much, admittedly, but.
2 minutes to open the track, 2 minutes.
John, it's Paul. At night.
One minute to open the track, 1 minute.
I have no idea where either my hat or my sunglasses are. Of what I've done to them. I've left them down in the Swedish bits, actually. Oopsies.
Recoge coches 4, por favor. Marshal 4, please get in place. Marshal 4, group 1, get in place.
The track is open.
Hello and welcome to Valladolid in Spain. This is the 1/10th Off-Road Euros, the four-wheel drive cars picking up where the two-wheel drive left off here at the Circuit Teledios in Spain. And we are here with the big guns with their final qualification session, the Group 8 drivers, the fastest ones out on the circuit this weekend. And it's been an interesting few sessions for them so far. Neil Cragg, Bruno Coelho and Jorn Neumann, the undisputed top end of the order. Will that continue here in the final session of the day? We'll find out. So it's Neil Cragg who will leave the grid first, Coelho and Neumann second and third. Hupo Honigel will be the fourth man off the line. Martin Wallanka next. Wesley van Helmond of the Netherlands, Martin Beyer, Malin Carlsen, Michael Olowski and Daniel Kobovic. That is the 10 competitors we'll see on this one. We'll follow Bruno Coelho first of all. He is the second man off the field, off the line here for this session, and he's been very competitive indeed so far.
30 seconds to start. All cars to the starting positions.
So Cragg on the final session.
1, 5, 4, 3, 9,
Great to see how he
2,
does out
7,
here.
8, 6.
But Bruno Coelho, the man, will follow first of all.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. 7.
So there goes Neil Cragg, but we'll hold off at EFRA corner and watch Bruno Coelho,
4,
the man who's been in control so far.
9, 2,
So Coelho of Portugal
8.
has been very quick all weekend long, all week long, more so in the four-wheel drives than the twos. Really shown his true potential here. First time at this circuit. And of course, with 5 days under his belt, now knows every inch, almost undoubtedly so, and has been using that to his advantage. Of course, everyone's been here now for 5 days, as everyone double stinting. 2 European Championships, the two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive, and Bruno Coelho looking very, very strong. A top contender for this afternoon's A finals. Currently being pursued by Jorn Neumann. So if we go back to the next car, Jorn Neumann, the yellow rimmed car with the red and yellow body shell. Neumann in the Serpent. It's been very competitive, Jorn Neumann rather, and Jorn, of course, so close to the European two-wheel drive title. Neil Cragg eventually beating him to it by, I believe, less than 2 seconds. So Neumann, third place currently after 4 runs on the order with a 4-point score. Perfect noughts so far for Coelho and Cragg. So Neil Cragg, who is currently the leader on the road and second on the screens behind Coelho, right at the top of the order. So it has been between Coelho, Cragg and Neumann all weekend long. And Martin Wallanka in 4th, Kari Salmela in 5th, and however, be very surprised if it's anyone other than Coelho, Cragg or Neumann who finds himself at the top of the sheets at the end of this 5-minute session, and will be equally surprised ultimately, if none of the three of them walk away with the European Championship in four-wheel drive here,
2 minutes to drive.
that if someone else wins it, then you know that's probably down to a collision, an incident between the three of them, because they've just been incredibly fast ever since we got the four-wheel drives out on Thursday morning. We follow Neumann, currently in third. 2 seconds separating the three of them right now. A minute and a half remains. So let's take a look at Coelho when we can, because he's actually taken Neil Cragg back again. So the position in Cragg's hands at the moment. So Cragg just going up to cone corner, yellow and red car. The 7 HPI hairpin, and under the bridge he goes. So the 7 car. And Coelho, sorry, that's Cragg in the 7 car. Coelho just behind him. So Cragg and Coelho together on track. Very close together also on the timing screens, but Coelho, we can see, closing up on Cragg, getting further and further away on the timing screen from the Brit, about 0.4 of a second every lap. Coelho is making up. Very impressive stuff so far. Undoubtedly 2 of the top contenders in the A final, along with, of course, Jörn Neumann.
10, 9, 8.
Cragg
7,
over the
6,
leap for the
5,
final time
4,
in theory.
3,
He's at the head of the field, so
1.
it should be getting a bit loose at the very end there. So
1.
Cragg across the line, 1.189 seconds off the pace of Coelho, who came across the line right behind him. So Coelho on a 5:01.037, that's a very quick time. 12 laps completed. 5:02.226 for Neil Cragg. Jörn Neumann in third, eventually on a 5:04.304. Malin Carlsen across the line fourth, although that could change. I believe we still have Daniel Kobovic out there on track. So we just wait for Kobovic to cross the line, but it looks like Malin Carlsen will be the 4th position finisher. Indeed she is, so well done to the young Norwegian competitor. Martin Beyer 5th across the line on a 5:08.8. Hupo Honigel and Daniel Kobovic, the 2 other drivers to complete 12 laps, 11 laps of Wesley Van Helmond, Martin Wilanka and Michael Olowski failing to finish, but it is Bruno Coelho who looks the most competitive out there, of course. With that time, he'll almost certainly get another 0. And that means that it will still be between him and Cragg at the front row come the A finals a little bit later on, which you can see right here on RC Racing TV. So,
The track is open.
full rundown of the top 20 for you after the 4th run. Of course, that's going to look slightly different at the end of the 5th, but as of the end of run 4, it was Neil Cragg, Bruno Coelho and Jörn Neumann, the top 3. Wilanka, Salmela, Beyer, Carlsen, Lee Martin, Hupo Honigel and Una Hattinen, the top 10. And therefore, the 10 cars that should line up in the A finals with 3 legs. Jean-Pierre Sartel just outside that in 11th. Wesley Van Helmond and JQ. Joseph Quagran in 13th. Max Mort, Patrick Hoffer, Kaya Novotny, Joel Verlander, Nicholas Manson, Tom Cockerill and Greg Williams, the remainder of the top 20. And some of them still with a sniff of getting into that all-important A final if they can find the pace out there. In this one, it remains to be seen, of course, exactly what they can do. This is the Group 7 run, so Lee Martin, Kari Salmela, Max Mort, JQ, Patrick Hofer, Tom Cockerill, Joe Verlander, Thomas Musso, Nicholas Manson, and Zacharias Vialba. The 10 competitors we have out here for this one.
30 seconds to
So we'll
start.
follow Lee Martin initially,
To the starting
as we did
position.
before. Lee Martin, of course,
Start order.
on a bit of a recovery drive here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 6, 5, 7, 9, 10.
After some car issues in yesterday's qualification sessions.
10,
If you can match his
9,
performance
8,
earlier on, I think it was
7,
5:04 he had
5,
in
4,
run 4. I'm just
3,
verifying that at the
2,
moment.
1.
Lee Martin. It was a 5:08.5 with 12 laps
1,
completed, showing him a 6-point score.
3,
If he can do another one of them, he'll be
4,
relatively high up the order come the A final, which he's currently qualified
5,
for.
7,
Should be starting 8th if all things remained as they were in
10,
the 4th round of quali, or immediately following the 4th round of qualifying. So Lee Martin be a great story if he even got a podium, let alone a European Championship out of this weekend. It looks so dire in the early qualification sessions. Head in his hands, 2 nearly identical breakages in practically the same part of the circuit for him, and you could see the raw emotion just by his demeanour, his body language, his facial expressions. It was crushing him, but the last 2 sessions, or at least the last session, Q4, was very good to him. Car held together just fine. He put on clinic out there. We'll see if he can do the same here in the final qualification session in Valladolid, the circuit Teledios, playing home to our crew here, and of course all the drivers and personnel as well. This is RC Racing TV, brought to you this weekend by Fiat and HPI Racing. We are the media partners for EFRA, and proud to be able to say so. Of course, qualifying with so much importance here. If you don't qualify for the A final, then you are not going to be the European champion. It's that simple. You have to be in it to win it. 3 legs of the A final. Of course, since there are 3 legs spread out over the course of the race portion of the day in the afternoon, then if you don't qualify, then you won't be in the first leg, and that's the end of that. So you can win the B final by a lap, but that won't get you a European Championship slot. So Lee Martin making his way again, and with 2 minutes remaining, he's looking competitive out there. We'll see how he stacks up as the others cross the timing line. 0.8 clear of Kari Salmela, and the last lap time's only a 10th apart in Lee's favour, so Lee Martin looking strong. Salmela in the 2 car. Got back to 1.6 seconds after a couple of errors, well, not so much errors, but collisions with other drivers. If we just him off there for Salmela, off screen. If we go to the bridge now, the 2 car, the darker of the 2 that just crossed the bridge, and directly following the 10, so just the car that's just literally rolled over there. That is the 2 car of Kari Salmela. So Salmela, the closest competition to Lee Martin out there.
Position in the
But
performance. 1, 2, 3, 4.
that might
7,
now
8,
change. Max
9,
Mort
10, 6,
now
5.
the de facto next challenger, as it all goes wrong now for the driver of the 2, Kari Salmela, the Finn. Kari won't be happy with that one at all. Should still make it into the A final, I believe. 5th position as of earlier on. It'll take some good performances from the others to thwart him, but it may just happen, so he's not going to be happy that he's essentially lost this session. However, that is the case. Max Mort, some 5+ seconds back from Lee Martin, who is scheduled to do a 12-lap 5:05. So a great performance from him. If we just go to the HPI hairpin for the final lap, just ahead of the all-fluorescent yellow car of Thomas Musso, we can see Lee Martin crossing the line. 5:06.150 with 12 laps completed. Great performance there from Lee Martin. That would have put him in a very competitive place in that Group 8 session, let alone this Group 7. 10 seconds clear of Max Mort. Joseph Craguan, JQ, eventually getting ahead of Mort at the death there, but still 9.7 seconds back from Lee Martin. Driving like a man possessed out there. And Lee off to go do some marshalling, but we'll see if we can get him up here in a little while, because it'd be good to talk to him. In fact, we'll talk to him during the pit walk, of course, between quali and the first races. So Lee has been very competitive out there so far, and could well find himself in contention for a European Championship here, the 1/10th off-road 4-wheel drive Euros. The competitors we just saw out on track make their way to the marshal post, and Group 6 is about to get underway here in Valladolid.
William's been back on to you, Adam.
Oh no.
Wanting to know how you got on with his centre diff question. Rumour has it that 9 out of the 10 A final cars have them, Lee Martin being the only one not using a centre diff. Is that one of the things you're going to be asking on your pit walk as you go around?
It's a question I had in the back of my mind, yes. I did ask a couple of drivers while walking around in the evening before I got lured into the Swedish camp, and Kai Koivu regaling me with conversation relating to alcohol consumption at events and other stuff. But yeah, the consensus among the top drivers, certainly Coelho running a centre diff, I asked him about that, spotted him as he was leaving. I have to ask Lee Martin, I didn't get to see him, but we'll confirm that. During the pit walk. So I haven't been able to ask many people. Did I ask Martin Bayer? I think I asked Martin Bayer about it, and he just nodded at me. Not sure if he actually understood what he said. I didn't check how much English he knows, but yes. From the consensus I've received in the pit lane, it does seem as though most of the top guys running a centre diff. And
45 seconds to start.
we'll do some more investigation on that before the end of the weekend, during the pit walk, for instance.
30 seconds to start.
So with this session underway, we'll follow Kaya Novotny first. He's the second man to leave the start line. So Novotny of the Czech Republic. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, And you saw there
5, 4,
Zacharias Vialba having to turn around one of the cars last minute. The other marshal putting his hands up as if to say, sorry, wasn't me.
6,
So there goes the 6th car of Kaya Novotny.
1, 9, 8, 5, 4, 7.
And Novotny, at this moment in time, is listed not as high as I'd expect, 16th place. So not doing too bad out there, actually, at all. Kaya Novotny of the Czech Republic after 4 heats of quali. This is, of course, heat 5. Be a bit of an ask to get into the A final from here, but it's not entirely out of question. Nothing ever is. Would probably take a 0-point run, and I'm not sure that's going to happen for Kaya. So he leads on track out there after Sartell having some early issues. Sartell once again with Una Hatton for company. I've said that a few times so far this weekend. And if we just drop back to the next cars, you can see the green and the pink car together as one. Una Hatton and Jean-Pierre Sartell. Hatton 1.1 seconds back from Novotny right now in terms of the total time. Predicted time of 5:12 coming up on the screen at the moment with 12 laps.
Position after 2 minutes. 6, 3, 9,
Sartell
2,
looking
8,
to just
1,
stay
4,
behind rather than
5,
do any
7.
attacking. Of course, he can still make his way back up the order. He's 6th at the moment, though. So, not going to be the happiest person in the paddock, Sartell. And of course, he's 11th. So he really wanted a good performance from this one to try and get into the A final, and it's looking doubtful for now. There goes Sartell again. You saw on screen another mistake for Sartell, and that leaves Una Hatton out there on his own. Hatton, 2 minutes remaining, 1.5 seconds back from Kaya Novotny. Will stay with it because now that he hasn't got any company and a bit of clear track, he may just be able to do something about the Czech. And indeed, shed a 10th on the time of Novotny from 1.5 to 1.4 seconds between the two of them. Novotny further ahead with the 7 car of Thibaut Jacquelou for company. So maybe a slight hold up there. Down the main straight goes Una Hatton. Gap still at 1.4 seconds though, not really changing on this occasion. So however, looking at it this time, I'd say that gap has shrunk substantially. It's down to 0.7 of a second here. So we've got 1 minute remaining.
5, 9, 4,
Stepping out a bit on him there, the green car of Hatton. What can Hatton do here? In fact, it's Novotny 0.7 down on Hatton. My apologies. So Hatton ahead of Kaya Novotny. Now, you have to imagine that there was an issue for the Czech there. We've got 1 lap left. This will be the penultimate lap, and only a 10th now between Hatton and Novotny. So we follow Hatton, who's in the lead for the time being, but Novotny streaking ahead may just be able to
10,
clear
9,
the
8,
fin, and indeed
7, 6, 5, 4,
Novotny back in the pound seat
2,
here.
1.
So if we look at Cone Corner where Novotny is just going over the bridge, that's the 6 car, the yellow and white machine. Looks like Novotny, despite a mistake, is once again finding time. Crosses the line for the last time of asking. 5:09.777. Hattonen with a 5:10.460, so 0.6 of a second, 0.683 of a second between Novotny and Hattonen. A time of 5:09.777 for the Czech Kaya Novotny. 12 laps completed. So Una Hattonen second,
9,
Tommy Mairu in third,
5,
Patrick Sartell in fourth, and
4.
although actually Fernandez Rodriguez just moving up to fourth eventually, Pablo Fernandez Rodriguez. So good run from both Novotny and Hattonen there. Some 9 seconds clear of third place Carlos Pineda Vidal. So 5:09 and 5:10 competitive performances. They move them up a couple of places. Don't think it will be enough for Novotny to progress to the A final, but it should be enough for Una Hattonen to maintain his place in the A final. Of course, 10th after 4 runs. Now we go to Group 5. So Joachim Nicolaisen, Julian Ferrandis, Wilhelm Skjoldebrand, Paul Crompton, Tristram Neal, the 2 Brits who both faltered at the same place at the exit of the Fiat Triple in the previous set of qualification runs. Jakob Lutzak, Clement Boda, Jani Hovi and Sylvain Gallo Selva, the 9 cars to look out for. If there's anyone you want to see on the screen, let us know.
The track is open.
You know, Paul,
Yeah.
you know this gift that we've been given by the Swedes for the day?
Yeah.
Does a good impression of you in the hotel room. Don't know if you've heard, but I'll let him show you. If that doesn't sound like you're snoring, I don't know what does.
Lovely.
And that's 1-0 to me, so you now have freedom of joke in my direction before the end of these qualification runs.
I can wait a long, long time.
Are you going to get me when I least expect it?
Maybe not today. Maybe not tomorrow.
Hey, it's not a funny joke to leave me at a hotel in France and go back to England on your own, okay?
To start.
I hadn't thought of that. That is quite funny.
Don't do that, please.
But you are renowned for getting up early, aren't you? Oh, no, you're not.
45 seconds.
Paul,
to
no.
start. Go to your start position.
Why do I get the feeling I may have just cost myself a journey home?
30 seconds to start. All cars to the starting positions. Start order. Cars 2, 5, 9, 1.
And
6,
Jean
3,
questioning
7,
some of the
4,
attire of this piglet that we've been given, and quite frankly,
10,
no one knows
9,
quite why, but it
8,
exists and it's
7,
here with us.
6, 5,
We'll follow Joachim
4,
Nicolaisen first of
3,
all. Car 2, he'll be the
1.
first man out the gates.
Start. 2, 5, 9, 1, 6, 3,
So Nicolaisen
7,
off in car 2.
4, 8.
This is their last chance to improve on their positions after 4 runs, and for Nicolaisen, his best is a 5:18.694, which left him with 14 points. Of course, the point's the most important factor. That left him in 21st. He'll be looking to improve. the number 2 driver, Joachim Nicolaisen. Ferrandis ahead of him in the 1. Sorry, in the 5. Currently leading the way on the timing sheets though. So if we look ahead to Ferrandis, who's the next car ahead on track, it is Ferrandis of France with the timing screen lead at this moment in time. 3 laps completed on a 1:20, and further back, Joachim Nicolaisen has faltered repeatedly going through the final half of the circuit, and is now some half a lap further back than he was a few moments ago. I think for Joachim Nicolaisen, that's potentially an early bath, or at least the end of his challenge to try and move further up the order. 9th place now on a 1:32, and at the very back of the train, so not good. However, for Ferrandis, it's all looking very cosy. 2 seconds over Tristram Neal of Britain. Neal, in turn, 1.4 seconds over Paul Crompton. Over the Fiat Triple goes Julian Ferrandis. And the Frenchman has looked good in this group with astounding regularity. When the likes of Neal and Crompton, Skjoldebrand, and of course Nicolaisen have faltered, he seems to have just been able to keep it going, keep it on the brown stuff, and that is what it takes. Of course, it's laps completed that's most important of all, and you've got to keep it on track to complete laps. Keeps it on track, but keeps it barrel rolling there. Just Ferrandis over the bridge, pursuing Sylvain Gallo-Selva at this moment in time. So Sylvain Gallo-Selva being told by the official to be aware that Julian Ferrandis is nearby and will probably want to get through, understandably. The wind's starting to pick up here in Valladolid. Oh dear, Gallo-Selva getting in the way of Ferrandis, just I think out of sight of our cameras, but Gallo-Selva in the way of his fellow countryman. That may cause an argument down in the paddock, but probably not if Ferrandis can manage to keep hold of the lead of this group. Hasn't compromised his run too much. May just get 12 laps out of this, starting as 11th at the moment. There's a bit of an issue at the first jump section. The green AstroTurf makes it over the Fiat Triple nicely, round Cone Corner, up and over the bridge, HPI hairpin, and then back under.
7, 6, 5, 4,
final jump of the lap,
2,
and does indeed break the beam in time to get a 12th lap in. He'll obviously be quite high up, the 12 lappers, especially with that tumble there, but
finish, 1,
completing 12 laps,
6,
something that only he will do. Everyone else crosses the line with 11 laps completed,
4,
above the 5-minute mark, as studying the pig that we have. That's Dominique van Helmond, who looks very puzzled by it.
8.
Familiar face in the paddock, but some not having seen RC Piggy before seem very interested by him. The Frenchman Julian Ferrandis on a 5:24.6, 12 laps completed eventually. Paul Crompton and Yanni Hovey second and third, both on very competitive times, 5 minute .577 and 5 minute .629, but of course with 11 laps completed, so behind Ferrandis as a result. Jakob Lukzak and Tristram Neal eventually completing the top 5, and the man we followed early on, Joachim Nikolaisen, only mustering 8 laps before calling it a day. So, Tony Nineverta, Florent Jadot, Luis Enrique Carrasco Cuevas, Fabian Widmer, Dominic Van Helmond, Sven Rudig, Felix Zamorano, Joel Maher and Sami Salmela on the track for this one. So, if there's anyone you want to see on screen, then let us know. Back on RC Racing TV in just a few moments. We are brought to you this weekend by HPI Racing and Fiat. We'll be back live from the Circuito Teledios in just a moment.
The track is open. One minute to start.
Okay, so anything on the chat, Paul? Although actually we'll just all cars to the pit lane. I think some marshals may be missing out there, or some not coming out from the previous heat, so they're going to have a bit of a delay here. Gives you more time to request a driver, of course, so also gives us more time, of course, to make sure we can follow that driver. Myself, Adam Weller, here working alongside John, Paul and RC Piggy in Valladolid. And
Joachim Nikolaisen, please, marshal in position. Joachim Nikolaisen, please.
Marshals still being told in no uncertain terms what they need to be doing by the referee. Of course, no one likes a delay to the action. So, Group 4, Run 5. And a little bit of controversy, of course, from the Group 5 drivers who would be scheduled to marshal this one. So, the breeze still gracing us in Valladolid, thankfully. Hopefully it stays all day. It got rather hot yesterday. I think it was the hottest day we'd had ever since we set off on this trip, if I'm right, Paul. I don't know if that's actually accurate, but it certainly felt like it.
Sorry, what was that?
I was just asking, was yesterday the hottest day we had on the trip so far?
Yes.
Thought so. 39, wasn't it, at one point?
I saw temperatures that said 39 all over the place. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you see 39 in a car, yeah, but that's just the car. It's not really as hot as that. But it was the car temperature, the chemist sign outside on 2 different shops. So yeah, it was all over the place, and the phone said 39 as well. So yeah, very, very warm. In fact, it was still 30 degrees at 9 o'clock last night.
Ridiculous, isn't it? Yeah, the heat in Spain, lovely if you enjoy the heat, but if you don't, then it's all a bit upsetting, really. But I think we might possibly get the action underway soon. Some of the drivers taking seats and merely waiting to get the action underway. So 9 competitors set to take this one. 9 competitors having to wait up here at the driver's stand, unfortunately. And while we wait, of course, we can tell you that there are several ways of following us on social media on Facebook. RC Racing TV with a like page where you can keep up with all the latest news, information regarding upcoming events and events currently taking place, as to when we're on air, how long we're on air for, and so on. The RC Racing TV group, where Paul is manning the requests area and accepting you all in if you're not already a member. There you can talk all things RC racing, and on Facebook as well, of course, we have EFRA, the governing body for such events as this, and they also on Facebook were worth having the thumbs up, the like button on their page as well. So follow RC Racing TV and EFRA across social media. It'd be great to have you. And of course, subscribe to us on YouTube as well, and then you can see everything that we create. Should get notifications of live streams and so on. Options all there if you subscribe to the channel, and you can see everything that we've ever put out on YouTube, of course, as well, from years past, from last week. It's all there for your viewing pleasure. If I could make a recommendation, I'd suggest the 1/5 large scale final, the main final in Bologna. It was an incredible race, and the A finals here in Valladolid should be equally action packed. We look forward to covering that later on in the day. It'd be good if we could cover some qualification, but seemingly a marshal issue or a few absent marshals causing the delay here.
There's a lot of coming and going down here in the bunker.
Yeah, there is. It remains to be seen what the issue is. How is everyone on the comments stream, Paul?
Well, just chatting away about talks and things like that.
Oh. Good to have some technical chat in there. One thing I've just realised is that having been handed RC Piggy, I can have a look at these Proline tyres that everyone's using, the Proline hole shots. So yes, it is a squeaky pig that you typically give to your Labrador, but it's also quite an interesting thing to look at, these Proline hole shot tyres. Schumacher rims on it. Made in the USA. I'm sure that the action should be underway in a few minutes anyway. For now, we'll just put the microphone down for a few seconds, and I'm sure the moment I do so, everything will be ready to go, but we'll be back in a second here in Valladolid.
The track is open.
And would you believe it, the track is open. So, as predicted, the moment I stop filling time, they stop filling time as well and get the cars out there on track. So, Tony Niniverte, Florent Jadot, Luis Enrique Carrasco Cuevas, Fabian Widmer, Dominic Van Helmen, Sven Rudig, Felix Zamorano, Joel Maher and Sami Salmela scheduled to take this one. So let us know if there's someone you want to see on the screen, and we'll do our very best to provide that for you. So cars line up. Of course, you don't want to waste any time. We've already had a delay, so they
1 minute to start.
all cooperate and line up in order. We'll follow Tony Niniverte at first. The Finn will be the first man off the line, and unless anyone has any
45
advances on that, of
seconds to
course.
start. Go to your start position. Seconds to start. 4 cars to the starting position. Start order. Car 8, 4, 1, 3, 2, 9, 6, 5, 7. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. 8,
Off goes
4,
Tony Niniverte,
1,
the Finn.
3, 2, 9,
And
6, 5.
the Finn will be wary of Frenchman Florent Jadot. He's been very quick in the context of this group of cars. But for now, Niniverte looking very quick out there. Fabian Widmer and Sven Rudig faster over the first lap, as is Felix Zamorano, but of course it's 11 to 12 laps that count. So it usually changes after the first 2 or 3 when some start to falter. Remains to be seen when Niniverte will come out. Over goes Tony Niniverte. And the wind really picking up here in Valladolid. RC Piggy doing his bit by holding down my papers. There goes Nineverte. Over the tabletop, and the Fiat Triple goes Nineverte. Quickest out there for now, 1.3 seconds clear of Widmer in second, so he has indeed started to wind the pace up. Joe Cockhill among the interested observers out here. For this one, of course, he'll be out on track shortly. Nineverte catching up to Sami Salmela and Joel Maher having to worry about the leader. As you see, Maher's already led him through, as has Sami Salmela, so they both make it relatively easy.
Two minutes to drive.
So Nineverte getting a bit of a bad line through that first jump section. Widmer still a little way ahead, and 1 minute and 20 seconds remain. Next batch of drivers already up here. And if you were watching the stream earlier during the lunch break, I know Marcel was commenting on dance moves we saw out on track in front of the camera.
Position after 4 minutes.
And one of the drivers in that next heat responsible for said moves.
7, 5.
Across the line again has gone Nineverte. He's 2.9 seconds clear of Zamorano last time by. We'll see what Zamorano can do. He's in third place right now. Florent Jadot crosses the line 11 seconds back from Nineverte. And while everyone else seems to have fallen off the track, it is the man we follow, the Finn, Tony Nineverte, who's just going around and around without any sign of faltering. He might get 12 laps out of this one. This is his 11th. And he has 18 seconds. It's going to be tight, but I think he'll do it. In fact, yes, he definitely will do it with about 4 seconds in spare in his pocket.
4.
Crosses the line, should be the only person to get 12 laps out of this, I think. Seems to have slowed down a little bit, actually, Nineverte. But over the Fiat Triple he goes. Going to have to mind the marshals there. Oh dear. Nineverte not having the best of last laps here, actually. But with Sven Rudig for company, he will cross the line. Will be the only competitor to complete 12 laps.
9, 8.
It's confirmed.
5.
So Tony Nineverte, 12 laps completed on a 5:26 dead.
7.
5:08.7. 11 laps completed for Florent Jadot. Dominic van Helmond on a 5:09.063 from the Netherlands. Luis Enrique Carrasco Cuevas in fourth. The Swiss Fabian Widmer in fifth on a 5:12.9, and Joel Maher of Britain rounding out the top half dozen. So Nineverte there, dominant display. Be very happy to have got 12 laps out of that one. Not sure if that's the first time he's done that so far in qualification. I'm just referring to my sheets on that matter at the moment. So we've just got a request from the driver himself again to follow car one. I believe that's Alejandro Franco Gonzalez. So that's the competitor responsible for that dancing on the stream during the lunch break. Oh, not the lunch break, during the break between qualifying 4 and 5. And now looking for some more screen time, so he seems to like the cameras. Either way, I'm looking for Nino Werter's
The track is open.
time so far. Yeah, he only had 11 lap runs before, 5:09.72, the best of them. So to have completed 12 laps will be a boost for Nino Werter, may move him up towards the top 30 as opposed to 37th where he currently sits. So good achievement from the Finn. And so as requested by Alejandro Franco Gonzalez, we will follow Alejandro Franco Gonzalez. He'll be the 5th car off the line, John, so we'll follow him to start with, as he so nicely asked. I assume he has relatives watching at home, so hello to the family if they are in fact watching.
One minute to start.
And of course, while it may seem odd to request yourself on screen, it certainly isn't. Of course, you always want exposure as a young driver, so to directly ask us
45 seconds to
to
start.
watch him for a
Go
while,
to your
and
start position.
even to go and dance in front of the camera. It's all exposure, it's all something to get people talking about you, and that's what you need to have as a young driver, of course.
30 seconds to start.
If we could ask the people on the stream, we've had some requests to join the group, but there's a couple that are a bit suspicious.
Uh-oh.
They only joined Facebook yesterday.
Uh-oh.
So does anybody know out there a gentleman by the name of Medard Berthier and Alexandra de Souza?
7,
I've heard the name Alexandra de Souza before.
4,
I can't tell you where from.
2, 1.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to approve them until somebody says, I know they're okay.
5,
The name Alexandra de Souza rings a lot of bells.
3,
Can't put my finger on why.
9,
May well be someone from the world of RC racing.
7,
But we'll wait and see on that, as you rightfully say. Alejandro Franco Gonzalez on our screens to start. Watch him for the first minute and a half or so. But back to my point. I was asked not so long ago, for some reason, as that's the end of Alejandro Gonzalez's run early on, first lap. And the suspension is broken, so that's unfortunate for Alejandro Franco Gonzalez. That left rear all out of shape. It's unfortunate. So we'll follow Matthew Chaffardon in the 4 car. I think. Did you say there was another request, Paul, or am I making that up?
No, you're making those up.
Okay, great. I thought you said something about a car number. It doesn't matter. So there's car 4, just coming around the EFRA corner. Matthew Chaffardon. And follow him for the time being, the fast Frenchman. And the Frenchman's been strong out there. Let's see where he is listed on the order. I believe he's on the 2nd page. It's 42nd, best time of 5:08 with 11 laps completed. So it would take quite the effort to get 12 laps done. You don't usually expect it from Group 3, but it could well happen. Track's getting quicker.
position up to 2 minutes. 5,
And
4, 9, 6,
Chaffardon
7, 3,
just behind
2,
Marcus
8.
Lind out there, and they are the top 2. Lind actually with an issue on that lap, so I'm led to believe that Matthew Chaffardon will be at the top of the sheets next time by. We'll confirm that in a moment. Indeed, they go over the line. And Chaffardon 1.4 seconds clear, a bit slower over the first jumps. So we'll wait and see. However, he's still incredibly close to the back of Marcus Lind and will therefore be ahead on the times. What can Chaffardon do? What can Lind do just ahead? All questions that need to be answered and will be within the next 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
So
to
Lind and
drive.
Chaffardon.
456, 4596.
Both go around the final corner. You see, very consistent out there. Well, Chaffardon doesn't seem as confident to fly as Marcus Lind. Over the tabletop in the Fiat Triple. They both go. Chaffardon, again, not taking the best line over the jumps. Lose a bit of time. Will still be at the head of the timing screens, and of course that's what matters, but certainly doing it a little differently from some of the others. He's lost a 10th on that lap. You see, braking and just making sure not to take flight there. And I believe I just saw a backflip from the number 2 car. I'm almost certain I just saw a backflip in the corner of my eye. The 2 car of René Levetzau.
5, 9, 7, 6, 3, 2, 8.
That'd be incredible if that was the case. Wish we'd seen it on camera, to be honest with you. But the gap between Chaffardon and Lind is what we focus on, and the gap is down by another second. So Chaffardon, the car we follow, losing time. And I'm being asked how I got RC Piggy. I don't know, it was given to me. My co-commentator for the day. But Mathieu Chaffardon, 0.5 now over Marcus Lind, who's just ahead of him on track. So he may just be able to hold off the Swede, although Chaffardon has lost a bit of time on that lap, having to avoid a marshal who was retrieving Felix de Hamel and over the tabletop. So who will take it? Chaffardon by 0.4 of a second. Don't think anyone else has the ability to do anything about it. 11 laps completed for both of them. 5:01.530 for Mathieu Chaffardon on 11 laps. So that's what the next batch of drivers who currently stand in line have to try and beat. Marcus Lind second on a 5:01.945, and Simon Luczak on a 5:06.3. So be interesting to see what they can do. And Kevin Cezanne in fourth, the Frenchman. Eric Gourgaud in fifth, also for France. The first driver to have only completed 10 laps. So Chaffardon, Lind and Luczak, the top 3. And the Frenchman Chaffardon just about managing to top Marcus Lind there in the dying moments. Sergis Kulak, Nicholas Flaudas, Yuri Hoodie, Joe Cockhill, Nigel van Katwijk, Bart van Eschelpoel, Powell Hurt, Tobias Clayson and Christophe Chadeau. The 9 competitors in this one, as always, in the comment stream. If you want to see them, let us know. If you want to see one of the drivers, then just type their name or their number into the comment stream and we'll do our best to show them. Joe Cockhill was the man asking me where I got this fine looking pig car thing just a minute ago, and the answer is I don't know how. I just know that Klaiko Ventura gave it to me, so I wasn't going to argue. So he's my co-commentator for the day, and then he'll be back on the road with the Swedish team for their next adventures, more than likely. Definitely brightened up the face of Daniel Kobovic. Hasn't had the best week so far in the four-wheel drives, but seemed very happy to see the popular pig. For any wrestling fans, I think that this pig has actually stolen Bret Hart's sunglasses. I've just noticed that. They're a similar colour and they're a similar shape. RC the Hitman Piggy. So 1/10 scale action here in Valladolid at the Circuito Teledios. We bring you live coverage of this exciting European Championship event here on RC Racing TV, brought to you by Fiat and HPI Racing. 45 seconds till the start of this one.
45 seconds to start. Go to your start position.
And for the start of this one, John will follow Jury Hoodie. He'll be the third car off the line. The pink and white machine of Yuri Hoodie.
Car 6, 2, 1, 5, 4, 7, 8, 3, 9.
So third car off the line. Yuri Hoodie's been very competitive in these Group 2 sessions. Currently on the second page of the order after 4 runs anyway, 56 out of 73. It's the lower end of the order, but Yuri Hoodie nonetheless been very consistent. That could be just what he needs in whatever he finally ends up in, and oh dear, all kinds of issues at the second corner. Yuri Hoodie getting caught up with Joe Cockhill, actually. No, it wasn't Joe Cockhill, it was a 2-car of Nicholas Flaudas, my apologies. So Hoodie off to the less than conspicuous start. It's given Sergej Kulak an opportunity to get further away, further down the road, but we'll follow Hoodie for now and see what he can do. Has been very consistent so far, and as long as he doesn't end up collecting any other people having problems, he may well use that X-ray to his advantage to be right at the sharp end at the end of the session. Undoubtedly he'll still be at the sharp end, but can he do anything about the gap that's being built already by the driver of the 6, Sergej Kulak? So Hoodie in the pink number 1. Currently only a 10th off Bart Van Etchelpol, who's actually listed as the quickest out there. I'm very surprised that it's not Sergej Kulak, but apparently not, as Hoodie landing on the wrong side of the double there. Up and over the tabletop, and the Fiat triple goes. Yuri Hoodie, the Slovakian. Of course, well known in RC racing circles, Hoodie. And good to see him out here. Up and over the tabletop. And over the Fiat triple goes Yuri Hoodie. And as I thought, it is Sergej Kulak who's top of the tree at the moment on times. It seemed rather odd that he wasn't. Don't think Yuri will be able to do anything about that one. We'll take a look at Kulak now. He's just approaching the bridge, the yellow and red car. So around the HPI hairpin and under the bridge he goes. Car 6, currently following the orange, black and white car of Tobias Clayson, I think that is. Clayson, who I also spoke to yesterday in the Swedish pit area. Told me some interesting stuff about his homeland and the racing scene down there. Also regaled me with tales of beer and RC racing combining. Seems to be a theme in that pit lane. Over the tabletop, and the Fiat triple goes driver of the 6, Sergej Kulak. And a minute and 20 remain here. Kulak in the 6. Comes past our position once again. Around the EFRA corner he goes. So Kulak. Just look at the timing sheets.
Position at the 4 minutes.
He's currently 47th, so he's been very potent out there actually. Just behind Fabian Widmer, who you'd expect to be a lot further up the order. Fabian Widmer in 46th. But Sergej Kulak in the 6th car, on for a strong session here. Hasn't made a single error, from what I've seen anyway. Not the best run up for the Fiat Triple there, but got over it in one piece. Currently follows Tobias Claesson of Sweden. And 15 seconds remains. This should be the final lap for Kulak, who leads the way in terms of the on-track order.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Will complete 11 laps.
1.
Should get a time of about 5:11.5 if the forecast is anything to go to.
Finished. 2, 5.
Over
4.
the line goes this 6th car, Sergej Kulak, as you may have caught there on his camera, and as you probably can hear on the driver's stand. Tobias Claesson being collected by Kulak over the line, and Claesson not a happy man, of course. Still had a lap to complete, and the car limping over the line. That's a broken car if I've ever seen one, so Tobias Claesson will not be happy there at all. Car has come to a stop,
Time is over.
and Claesson won't be a happy man by any stretch of the imagination. So Kulak, great time, 5:10 with 11 laps completed, but won't be best pleased. As just quickly, did you see that incident that just happened out there, Kai, between Kulak and Claesson?
No, sorry, no.
Well, it looks like that Tobias is going to have some repairs to do, I'm afraid. So,
I don't know.
so Kai Koiviranta, of course, kind of the father figure of the Swedish lot. Didn't see that one. I'm sure he'd have a strong opinion of it if he did. I was kind of hoping he had, but not seeing that, so he can focus on his Group 1 Run 5.
The track is open.
So, was that Paul declaring his intent for hunger there? Was that, I'm a very hungry man? We've got the meal tickets, have we? That's good. So, every day here in Spain, in John's case, is just to build up to the meal ticket, and then what follows. But fortunately for John, what follows today is the finals of the European Championship here in Valladolid, and that'll be well worth watching, especially from the cameraman's position. Johnny Sej, born of Sweden, Antonio Hernandez Alvarez, Cohen Middelkoop, Nick Child, Michael Bolger, Kai Koiviranta, of course the man in charge of Swedish RC Club, Arturo Paz Rivas, Luis Yage Mancebo, and David Benito Velasco.
1 minute to start.
The drivers we see in this one. It's Rafael Luis Yage Mancebo. Sorry, we haven't
Go to your
had
start
the
position.
timing screen showing his complete name, so it's Rafael Luis Yage Mancebo. We'll follow Cohen Middelkoop first of all, who'll be the third man off the line.
10 seconds to start.
Been very
All
popular
cars
request
to
so
the
far,
starting
so we'll focus on him to
position.
start with.
Start order. Cars 1, 2, 4, 6, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop. 1,
So Serge Bourne leaves the line, as does Hernandez Alvarez,
4,
and then Cohen middle coop.
3, 5, 7, 8, 9.
Ooh, and a bit of a tangle further back, but for middle coop, he continues on his way. The 5 car we saw fly in front of him, Kai Corveranta, was the car involved in the moment that made me wince just slightly between himself and Michael Bolger. Middle coop, the second corner, over the tabletop, across the Fiat Triple goes the Dutchman, and I believe that we're missing 3 competitors. I think Arturo Paz Rivas started, and I think it's his car. It's ready to come to a halt, but I haven't seen Rafael Luis Yague Mancebo or David Benito Velasco out there on track. So 3 Spanish competitors, all taking no further part, and Nick Child also taking no further part after just 1 lap. His car's come to a halt. I'm getting the impression this could be another one of those attrition heats. Only got 5 cars left out there as it is, with 3 failing to take the start. Well, 3 failing to complete the first lap, and then Nick Child failing to complete the second. Middle coop in the 4. See the car leaning through that under the bridge section. Cars, depending on their setup, some doing more than others.
4, 2, 5, 1, 3, 6.
So middle coupe currently the fastest out there on a 157.3. That's not going to help his chances though. 4 tenths ahead of Hernandez Alvarez, who's just ahead of him on the track. But middle coupe we follow for now. We'll see where they are in relation to each other this time across the line. Middle coupe breaks the timing beam, still ahead of Hernandez Alvarez. Actually, Hernandez Alvarez, despite that bobble for middle coupe at the exit of the tabletop, ahead with a slower lap than the Dutchman. So the Spaniard not having the best of laps there. And middle coupe with a bigger issue there. That was a larger incident for middle coupe, and that should leave Hernandez Alvarez out front. Indeed, it does by 1.5 seconds. So if we just go to the tabletop now, that 2 car, the blue and pink and white machine of Antonio Hernandez Alvarez. As middle coupe's made another error. So he may have something like 3 or 4 seconds over the Dutchman Hernandez Alvarez at this point. He crosses the line. I'll let you know what the gap is as soon as middle coupe crosses the line as well. 1 minute and 26 remain. And it is indeed 3.5 seconds between Hernandez Alvarez and middle coupe. So all the Spanish competitor we currently watch has to do now is keep at a good pace and keep it on the track, really. That's a very good line actually through the top end corner. I haven't seen many cars go that consistently fast around that turn. Kept the momentum going there very nicely. 3.4 seconds. So middle coupe knocking the gap down just a little bit, but it's not going to be enough at that rate. 48 seconds remain, so middle coupe really needs a mistake. I'm not sure he's going to get it. Hernandez Alvarez clips the curb there at the complex. Over the double he goes. What will be his second to last lap. Over the double, Hernandez Alvarez looking good out there. Middle coupe's had another spin at EFRA corner, the first turn, so for him the issues continue. That should leave Hernandez Alvarez Antonio Hernandez Alvarez
10,
comfortably
9,
at the head of the field.
7,
He will
6,
complete 11 laps,
5,
crosses the
4,
line for the 10th
3,
time.
2,
Currently
1.
following, is that Kai Koiviranta? Yes, it is. It's the 5 Kai Koiviranta. Goes off there. It's clipped by the Spaniard. And Hernandez
Finish
Alvarez
1.
will be the fastest man. One of only 2 competitors to complete 11 laps, as a matter of fact. The other one being Cohen Middlecoop. So Alvarez with a 5:22.137, 11 laps completed. Not a bad time. Middlecoop now crosses the line on a 5:28, 6 seconds back.
Race finished.
So Hernandez Alvarez takes that one. Cohen Middlecoop in second. Michael Bolger in third. Johnny Sageborn in fourth. Kai Koiviranta, 10 laps completed, the last of the people to cross the line. Everyone else not getting to the end. And it's now lunch break here in Valladolid. The next time we'll see you, it will be race time. The A drivers out there on track, and so we look forward to seeing that. For now, we're off to go get some food, and we're off to go and do the pit walk, so stay tuned for that one, which will be on before the first of the races. And we'll catch you a little later on here on RC Racing TV, brought to you by HPI Racing and Fiat.
think we are about in time to do it so. So, I need 10 drivers. For sure, and 10 cars. 10 drivers and 10 cars.
Oh, it's in
And
its
some mechanics and some
third or
photographers,
fourth
whoever.
state. Each year it's slightly different. Yeah, I'm sure last time I saw it, the wheels were on the hoops.
Mechanics devices are fancy. Might not be able to go there.
So let's start with the presentation of the final top 10 A final drivers for this four-wheel drive European Championship here in Terradillos Valladolid. Gonna be 10 drivers looking for one title. European Champion four-wheel drive. Two-wheel drive was already done, and we do have a winner. So looking for another title. Last of the season on electrics here, I think, in Europe. Coming with car number 10, coming from Finland, Joona Hattanen. Obviously driving an associated car, probably really a motor, excuse me. Car number 9 coming from Austria, driving an X-ray car, Mr. Hugo Horig. El 9 desde Austria, Upo con un X-ray. Taking chocolate, I don't know what. Okay, car number 8 on this final, coming from the UK, Great Britain. Very nice Yokomo car for sure, Lee Martin.
So as we can see, the presentation of the drivers well underway here in Valladolid. So Joona Hattanen, Hupo Honigel and Lee Martin you can currently see. And now we see Martin Beyer.
The driver coming from Czech Republic is Martin Beyer.
So Martin Beyer,
X-ray in the car, X-ray everywhere. And going to get married in less than 21 days, in 3 weeks.
so in
3 weeks and game over.
The Czech competitor in the X-ray. You see that. One driver for Associated, 2 for X-Ray and 1 for Yokomo so far. X-Ray the dominant brand in the final here.
Coming from Slovakia, coming from the north, passing through Slovakia, Malin Carlsen.
And there is young Malin Carlsen. She also competing in an X-Ray. Young Malin.
Car number 5 on the final, coming from Finland. Another young gun, Kari Salmela.
And Kari Salmela making his way out the Finn.
Okay.
Car 5. Look forward to seeing how he does
Car
in
number
this
4 in this final, coming from Austria
final.
as well. On yellow colors from his X-ray car, Martin Wolankana.
So Martin Welanka making his way out.
Another top 3 in the final.
That was the top associated driver, Kari Salmela, and Welanka with the X-Ray. So Jörn Neumann makes his way out there. Be interesting to see how he does in the Serpent. He's been quick. Will he be quick enough?
Tired nearly with the TQ, but you have to make a decision. Coming from the UK, actual reigning European champion 2-wheel drive, won here 3 days ago, or 2 days ago, Mr. Neil Craig.
As you hear that, the 2-wheel drive European champion, Neil Craig, makes his way out there. Of course, he's in the associated fold as well, so Kari Salmela not the top associated driver at all, my apologies for that, but associated and X-Ray definitely the top of the tree, but it's X-Ray with a few more drivers representing them. And the man who'll be representing them from the front, Bruno Coelho, makes his way out. He looks very focused as Bruno Coelho. So 10 competitors out there. Bruno Coelho.
Now drivers will choose position on the rostrum to find their position for the whole event. Would you like to put 5 on 5, 5 down, 5 up?
So there we see everyone leaving the track now, and they have to pick their position on the rostrum apparently. And a little bit of a photo shoot now.
We got photos más fáciles. So we're gathered together. This is the challengers for this European title to be held this afternoon here in Terradillos, Valladolid, con la colaboración de la Junta de Castilla y León, con la Fundación Municipal de Deportes de Valladolid.
And who of these 10 competitors will be the European four-wheel drive 1/10 scale off-road champion at the end of this day remains to be seen, but as we say, everyone who takes to the start a good chance of winning. Dramatic action at a premium, or at a prime, in this type of RC racing. And the newest European champion, Neil Craig, Bruno Coelho, Jörn Neumann, Martin Welanka, Kari Salmela, Malin Carlsen, Martin Beyer, Lee Martin, Hugh Po Honigel, and Una Hattinen will be the 10 drivers who take to the start. And Malin Carlsen and Lee Martin and Bruno Coelho among the drivers coming up now to the rostrum, and we now ready ourselves for the action. You can see that the focus on some of these drivers' eyes. Of course, they have the practice race, the practice A final, just around the corner. We'll cover that in just a few moments. And immediately after the practice A, we'll cut to the pit walk we filmed just a little earlier on. Brief chat with Lee Martin and also with Tobias Clayson. So Clayson,
Are you ready?
the competitor from Sweden, he had a lot to say, and
Drag is open.
3 minutes to
you can hear
start.
from him after this 5-minute practice final. So final A practice, the term up on the boards. 3 minutes of practice and then the action proper. Your Neumann's car has been removed from the pit area, actually. If you just look down at the marshal down there, or the mechanic down there, your Neumann's car in his hand. Not out there on track yet. Everyone else is. Not sure exactly what's happening. But Neumann, now the car being put on the track, so nothing wrong with Neumann's car seemingly, just saving it a bit.
2 minutes to start.
So we look forward to seeing the first racing of the day. Will be Bruno Coelho, of course, who will lead the way. The 1/10 off-road 4-wheel drive Euros. We see there Coelho's car being carried to the front position, pole. Your Neumann lining up as well.
1 minute to start.
1 minute until the action gets underway here. So Coelho and Cragg, the front row. Of course, Cragg, the new 2-wheel drive European champion. Can you imagine the scenes if Neil Cragg
30 seconds to
is
start.
a double European champion this evening? It'd be quite something. 20 seconds until the start. So focus on the front cars as we get underway here.
10,
10 seconds.
9,
Watch the
8,
pole sitter
7,
Bruno Coelho
6,
take the start.
5, 4,
Neil Cragg directly behind him. And they're away here, the Practice A final. For the 1/10 4-wheel drive off-road Euros, we see Coelho, Cragg, Neumann, and we'll anchor the top 4 remaining in order. Cragg close by Coelho. Cragg stalking the Portuguese competitor, but the car stepping out there. Coelho in the lead. Cragg in second position. Neumann in third. So Bruno Coelho, Neil Cragg, Jorn Neumann, and Martin Wilanka. The first dose of racing we've had since Wednesday's finals in the 2-wheel drives, and the 4-wheel drives even faster than those 2-wheel drive machines. And will Cragg be the fastest of them all? Not if the man we currently watch, Bruno Coelho, keeps up the form he's had so far this week. You can see there Coelho getting away here. It's looking incredibly strong. Round EFRA corner he goes. How well will he cope with the pressure? Of course, no matter how well you're doing, in fact more so, if you're doing incredibly well up until the point of the race, you're then under pressure to perform well once we do actually get to these A finals. Coelho well clear of Cragg. If we just hold at the current position and wait for the fifth car to come through, so second and third come through, fourth and then fifth, that is now Jorn Neumann, the red and yellow, just coming over the Fiat Triple now, although not at the Fiat Triple. He's Jorn Neumann at the Fiat Triple. We want to see him. He's fallen down the order.
7, 6, 9.
He's actually right at the bottom of the field, Neumann. He has been struggling these last couple of laps with the Serpent. Not entirely sure. Just doesn't seem to be sticking the landings all that well. Had a roll at the Fiat Triple and was down to fifth. Now right at the bottom of the order, although a couple of other cars, including Malin Carlsen and the 8 of Lee Martin, falling a little further down the order. So that is Jorn Neumann. A little further ahead of him. If we just look to the two cars ahead of him, that is the 7 of Martin Beyer and just behind it's Walanka, I believe, in the 9. No, that is Hupo Honigel, rather. And those 4 cars all very close together, although Beyer is getting away, the first of them. We'll watch for Neumann because he's looking strong. In fact, Honigel's fallen back behind Neumann, so if we look at that green and white car, we can see that is Una Hattinen. Green and black car, rather, with the white rims. He's got Jorn Neumann for company. And Neumann nearly catching the back of... Oh, and that's a big moment there. Una Hattinen caught the back of him twice, and Neumann pirouetting for his troubles. The closest drivers out there on track by far.
1 minute to drive.
A minute remains. And Neil Cragg, we see there, has come to a stop, seemingly. Or at least starting to slow down. It seems as though the car may have an issue, but look at them all over each other here. Jorn Neumann, the leader of that group now. It's all gone a bit crazy, but so Neumann, through he goes. He's back up to 4th now.
30 seconds to drive.
30 seconds remain. And while Coelho is a country mile clear, it's everyone else who's faltering. So if we hang on at the final corner where you currently are, you can see Jorn Neumann going in to the pit lane. So Neumann comes to a halt, and if we can just pick up car number 1, just going over the tabletop now, that is Coelho. I think he's the only man who's going to get an extra lap in here. I think he's done so well out there that he's going to get a 13-lap race out of this. Walanka's already crossed the line for 2nd. Coelho really showing his stuff in this practice A. 13 laps completed. I think that may well be the first time we've seen 13 laps on any session from anybody. And Coelho's done it in a race situation. So Bruno Coelho will go into this one with the boost. Incredible stuff from Bruno Coelho. Martin Walanka, the first of the 12-lap drivers, in 2nd. Kari Salmela 3rd. Una Hattinen 4th, and Malin Carlsen rounding out the top 5. Martin Lee eventually crossing the line after his stop. Sorry, Neil Cragg not crossing the line after his stop, and Lee Martin, the last of the 12-lap drivers. However, we will now go to the pit walk We'll then take a break after that, but for now, let's go to the pit walk we recorded a little earlier. Okay, so here in Valladolid, we're here for the final pit walk of the week here in Spain. We're going to go and have a look down the paddock in just a moment. We have everyone, teams, drivers, preparing for battle, final battle of course, the finals, the races themselves. So we walk through the pit area and we'll have a look at some of these machines. Got the TLR there. And that's Flaudas, Nick Flaudas, I think. No? Yeah. So we've got a fair few people preparing. We've also got a lot of people running back and forth to McDonald's. That's interesting. There's Tom. You're right, Tom.
Wunderbar.
And we have the Swedish contingent here, the men who kindly provided us with a co-commentator and some repairs going on with one of the cars. Now, if in obviously clean family show language, let us know what happened out there in your last quali run.
I got raped.
Or not family friendly.
No, I was doing my last lap, and the guy behind me, he charged when I was letting the throttle go to come around to the big jump, and he smashed into me when he was finished the race. So he planted me right into the fence. So the motor now moved, and my spur gear is, I couldn't get to the finish.
No.
So he was done, and I was still qualifying, and I got hit behind in a very high speed. And then maybe a little word from me on the driver's stance.
Yes. I think the camera's caught that. Well, either way, best of luck getting it back out there for the races later on. And that was unfortunate, but so Tobias there with Kai, who of course is in charge of essentially the Swedish RC racing scene. We have the Child family there with the two Schumachers, and they're working on their cars, of course, for the racing later on. One of our secondary cameraman for this week as well, Joe Cockhill. I didn't realise that your term they were using yesterday on UC Cup's actually an established thing, but it's on the back of your shirt. So
How old is it now, Lee?
Pretty old. It really needs update.
It's pretty old. It's been around for a while. Kind of Tony Truman started it off, and then Lee ran with it a little bit more. So, but yeah, I think we have got bigger over the years, but we'll just have to wait and see. It's been all right.
I think I've got bigger while I've been in Valladolid, to be honest with you. Burger King's one of the few things I'll eat. So everyone's noshing on burgers at the moment from various different food chains. But Lee Martin with us, and well, after what was a difficult Friday, does seem as though Saturday's gone the right way for you so far. You believe that might be some help from England and a certain £5 win.
Yeah, I needed a change of fortune after yesterday. So apparently the missus won the lottery last night, only £5 of it, but she won it, and our tables were turned a little bit, so I had a bit more luck today.
Definitely so. The pace out there was excellent to behold, and you start pretty high up in the order for the A final, and that means, of course, you're up against Jorn and Bruno and co. How confident are you going into that?
Well, to be honest, it's not the best qualifying result. I'd like to be higher. Over 5 minutes we were pretty stable, just don't have quite the ultimate pace they do. But anything can happen in this final. The track's hard on everyone, the cars, everything, so never say never.
Never say never, of course. Everyone who lines up.
Justin Bieber there, Lee.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, we'll move along from that. But yeah, anyone who takes the start line in an A final will have a chance of taking a victory, and judging by the pace Lee Martin showed earlier on, he will be higher up than he's willing to admit. So further down the pit lane, we see everyone else working towards the finals. Jean-Pierre Sartel there, a few others I recognise, but I think we'll sign off on this one. Brief pit walk just to cover the how it's all looking as everyone prepares for the finals, the A final, any final you're in. Got to prepare for it, got to try and make the best race of it you can. We'll be making the best coverage of it we can here on RC Racing TV. Be sure to tune in all afternoon for the action, and we'll be there in just a little while. So we'll catch you in just a few moments' time here in Valladolid.
You can understand.
Oh yeah. Is that chips, onion rings?
Calamari.
Isn't that like squid? Fair play to you.
Is that onion rings?
No.
Oh, squid. I went and hit stop on the camera.
Yeah.
Do you know what happened to me yesterday when I tried to press play and just
Yeah, because it tried to swap cars. Can't do that. I don't know what the problem.
We can have Russian salad and chicken with cheese.
I'm good with that, thanks. Do you want anything? Thank you very much. Don't know what. I just pressed come now. Okay.
I did think of hitting from now, but then I thought I better not, just in case I do something. So is that kind of a workaround?
So what did you press?
So when he finished talking, I pressed stop, which I don't think did anything anyway,
Right.
or that might have, but then just pressed play. It showed the clip, it had the word pause at the top, press play again, and it just stayed on pause.
That was the end of the play.
So was I meant to have rewind?
No. No.
But I know, so from now on I can go to the thumbnail and then
Yeah.
kind of like saying the car's different to the race. That's all.
One minute, 2 minutes, 1 minute. Station drivers, are you ready? Are you following? No?
3 minutes to start.
So back here in Valladolid at the Circuit Teledios, it's time for the first leg of the A finals here. 3 times 5 minutes, and of course your times all important in every single leg of this one, and just under 3 minutes until we get underway here, and we're joined on co-commentary for this one by Tom Cockerill, who's once again, as you said, semi-retired, so he's with us for this one. And Tom, I mean, there must be an element of, even if you're experienced, like really experienced, there's got to be an element of nerves going into the first A final.
I wish I knew. Yeah, there's going to be nerves for guys at front. I mean, you've got world champions 1 and 2, multi-European champion 3, Walanka's experience, so they're all experienced guys. Might be a few nerves. Carey and Malin, I think we've got 1 A final between them before at the Euros, so they might be a little bit more nervous. But yeah, coming into the first jump is going to be bad, and it looks like Neil's got a problem. Yeah, Neil's calling out for a problem, no drive. So Pitman Drescher is on it. Maybe just a drive shaft popped out, we'll see.
Neil came to a stop, if my memory serves me correctly, in the previous Q5, so is that a continuation of an issue, or did he not? I thought it was Neil who did stop.
He stopped at the end of a practice main, but I think that was just to kind of watch other people's lines. So obviously, because he's been racing with Bruno all day, he might want to stop and see how Bruno's doing a little bit different, maybe see if he can find a couple of attempts somewhere. I think that's all it was in practice.
Okay, that makes sense then. Was concerned about an issue for Neil. Of course, he, the new 2-wheel drive champion in 1/10 off-road, but this is not a promising start to trying to achieve 2 championships in a week. He certainly looked competitive, and yeah, Tom, if we do that, if you stay on this side. What's the issue with the car? What did he say?
Sounds like he's broke a rear drive cup. I don't know if that's on the diff or the drive shaft, but it's looking like he will not go. And also looking like Bruno could be late to the grid here. 3, 2, 1.
30 seconds to start.
So
he's just about made it out there.
No, he's not made out in time. Got to be in the grid slot by 30 seconds. So it's actually going to be Jorn Neumann leading him away. No one expected that.
No. Definitely not, including Jorn himself. He's probably sitting there at the moment with a jaw dislocating. But Neil Cragg doesn't look like he's going to take the start at all, and that's a big shame for him. But we're ready for the action. We've got just over 10 seconds left. The 10-second countdown begins. We'll follow Jorn Neumann, obviously, first of all, the leader. Got a bit of a run up to the EFRA corner. And they're away here in Valladolid, and it is Jorn Neumann just about ahead as they stream through the first section of track. Everyone more or less clean, and Bruno Coelho already making up some positions, but it's Neumann we watch going through the track first of all. HPI hairpin he goes, and back under the bridge underpass. Someone going off there, that's the 9 car of Hugo Honigel, and Neumann He's going to be confident out there, and that really puts him in control for this one. It'll be interesting to see how quickly Coelho can get up the order. He's already up to 3rd place, so Coelho's had an amazing first lap.
Yeah, I didn't quite see what happened there. I mean, first corner after the jump was a bit of carnage. He made 4 spots, then I think he got Lee over a bridge and then carry into the first corner, so great start from him, but he's got, what, 2.5 seconds to yawn, so it's going to be tough to catch and pass in the remaining 4.5 minutes.
And of course, before we even think of Jorn Neumann, he's got to get past Martin Wilanka as well, but Coelho already up to 3rd place. Incredible first 2 or 3 laps for him. Bit of a battle further back down the order, going a bit pear-shaped, but we follow Neumann for the time being. If we just look back to the battle for second between the Austrian of Wilanka and Coelho, who's made it up to 2nd place around the final corner over the double jump. Textbook move from Coelho, and Wilanka could maybe catch a bit of a toe from Coelho, try and follow his lines and follow him up to the back of Jorn Neumann, but then again getting to the back of Jorn Neumann, not the easiest task.
I mean, Wilanka there, he got a little squirrely up into the last double, and Bruno just sent it down the inside, so the gap is 2 seconds. Bruno pulled 0.2 that lap, so I would guess it's always easy to chase, as I say that.
Yeah. He loses it at the tabletop, just scrapes the inside wall there, and that puts him back down to 3rd place. So Coelho with it all to do again. We watch Coelho as he tries to get back past Wilanka. Not the ideal start here. In the practice A, he looked like he was going to be untouchable out there. And now, circumstances in this first leg of the A final causing him all sorts of problems. Back over the tabletop he goes. And it's really just a matter of time, looking at the speed difference between he and Wilanka, but Martin won't let Bruno through without a fight, and they come around the final corner up towards EFRA corner at the first turn. Jump over towards turn 2. Coelho looking at the inside, no move made there. Tabletop over the Fiat triple. Where do you think is the prime overtaking position here, is what I was going to ask. Coelho makes his own little overtaking place there at the cone corner, as we're calling it. And pretty opportunistic move there. Just a little mistake from Wilanka off the corner, and that was all Coelho needed. What's the gap between them now? 3.3 seconds. How do you think He's over again. So sorry, I was just looking at the timing screen, and Coelho, I was going to ask you if 3.3 seconds is something he could make up again over Neumann in the next 2 legs. How do you rate his chances?
Well, I think this race is now Neumann's to lose. Coelho's through again, so getting up the inside on the little tabletop, and comes over the double. So as he crosses the line now, 1:30 left on the clock. That's 3, possibly 4 laps, 4.6 a gap. I can't see him catching him without a mistake from Neumann, and although it's easy to chase and catching's one thing, to get past, I don't think he's going to do it. Neumann's just got to look to the end now and bring this one home.
Of course, that margin, almost 5 seconds, very comfortable for the next 2 legs of the race. We've seen 5 seconds not be enough in the 2-wheel drives, actually, but Neumann, if we could look to him in a moment, that would be good. But for now, Wilanka still attacking Coelho. Of course, we can't rule Wilanka out of this one. He's going to be 3rd position, and of course he started 4th, so very competitive in his own right. But Coelho, the man who we all expected to be right up there, not with the best of first heats, first legs here. Wilanka still close by, close proximity, 30 seconds remain. This will be the second to last lap then. Just doing some quick maths in my head, and I think I got it right. But, and there, Coelho being knocked off there by Wilanka. Wilanka just a bit late on the brakes there, I think. Coelho turning in at the HPI hairpin, and a bit of a side swipe. I don't think that will be seen too harshly by the stewards or anyone.
Well, Martin waited. There's not a lot you can do. Once you've already committed to your speed on takeoff, you're on the brakes, and if the guy in front's not got the corner perfect, he's going to be sat there. Martin did the right thing by waiting, but as expected, Jorn, his to come home, 3 corners to go.
So if we can just look at the leader, just crossing the line there, Jean, there is Jorn Neumann taking this one. Look to the second place battle. Crossing the line, it is Coelho, Wilanka and Martin Beyer, who snuck up on them towards the end there after that incident at the HPI hairpin. Malin Carlsen crosses the line 5th, Kari Salmela in 6th, Hupo Honigel in 7th, and Lee Martin eventually crosses the line. Did he cross the line in 8th? He has. Yeah, he has crossed the line in 8th eventually, and Una Hatton 9th. Neil Cragg not taking the start, not getting out there on the track at all. And I mean, from this, I don't know if you've ever been in this particular situation, but if you're in a first leg and you haven't been able to take the start, how difficult is it to wheel yourself on to go and do the next 2 heats in Neil Cragg's position?
I mean, he's going to be kicking himself because it's a missed opportunity with Bruno having to start from the back. But I mean, there's nothing Neil could have done about it. He'll just still look to the next 2 legs, same mindset of he needs to win to win.
And the man who looks very likely to win, at least after the first one, the first leg of this, is Jorn Neumann. So that's the first leg of the A final here in Valladolid, the Circuito Teledios. We'll be back with more on RC Racing TV in just a moment's time.
That was not as expected. I wonder what happened to Quaylo. He was late to the line. Yeah, but why not? Oh, he changed shell. He had 1 number on the shell. He's got to have 3 numbers on the body shell. By the time he's got numbers on it, he didn't get to the box by 30 seconds. And the rule is start the back. So.
It's very happy at the moment.
Well, you get the point 1 and 2 not starting. It's always a number point. It's quite when you've got 1 field. But that's the world champion.
I mean, yeah, I mean, after the A practice, I was getting ready to just watch him show off.
I think we should be there as well. But yeah, so with 3 legs, time doesn't really matter. It's best 2 to count with 3. And time only matters when you've got 2 people in the same store. So you both got 1 and 2. The quickest 1 will win.
Yeah, I get it. So it's like definitely not 0.
0 and 2. Yeah. So the quickest 0 wins it. And that's the only time we find out. But like Jorn then had quite a clean head down. No one really around. So his mindset would be go. As soon as you get into a battle, you start going defensive.
Bruno's going to want to race the next 2, isn't he? Bruno's going to want to race the next 2.
Neil will want to be the same. And Jorn will be sat there winning.
Came up to me like co-commentator.
Well, so one of the Swedish guys who can't come anymore because he's got kids made an RC figure. I think the first time we brought it was this time when we were here 3 years ago.
Yeah, kind of the same one that's been evolved.
No, different pig. That was that flyer. We filled it with motor spray, the lighter. There's like a flame-thrown pig. Needless to say, it didn't last long. So we got a new one.
Not do it to this one. This one's my mate.
Take it home with you.
They think it was quite contracting. Some serious development work going into your pig. But yeah, thanks. It'll be good to have you for other 2.
I can do other finals as well if you want.
You can have him. If you want to. They're not going to kick you out.
I'm already packed up.
Aren't you in the beat?
Yeah. I'll do that as well if you want. Stick a microphone under my mouth, I'll carry on talking.
Go bro.
Yeah. I don't mind.
Oh dear.
That's big final. I'm meaningless now.
There's a man who's
open to make up numbers.
I might want down there then in that case and put the GoPro on track.
Yeah, do it.
Piggy, move. Good, Piggy.
Well, what why did you in the special affect you?
5 minutes to open the track, 5 minutes, 5 minutos para abrir circuito, 5 minutos. Four minutes to open the track, 4 minutes, 4 minutos para abrir circuito, 4 minutos.
Next. Final B drivers, wait please, in the next final, okay? Marshall in the next final. No. Few members only now, only 2 drivers, okay?
Three minutes to open the track, 3 minutes.
Hace salto, le das por culo, tío. Calienta un poquito y luego ya tienes el salto. Ya está. ¿Dónde me pongo ahí o dónde? ¿Dónde queda?
2 minutes to open the track, 2 minutes.
Los gafas no rompas, No más importante. El mecánico le tienes en pista, Vale, ya te lo voy a poner que rompe.
One minute to open the track, 1 minute.
Apparently we've got 2 whole cars competing in this one.
Oh, right. Is it just 2?
Yeah. This is the final,
And look at us.
2 minutes to start.
So back here in Valladolid, time for another race. This one with a slightly depleted field, I suppose you could say. Only 3 cars scheduled to stake this one, the H final, to start with, but it's actually been reduced to 2. So it's not going to be the biggest race. Arturo Paz Rivas, car number 1, won't be taking the start, as he had a train to catch. Not sure why he booked his train for after the finals, but before the finals rather, but his weekend done. Maybe he was going to take later train if it was worth doing, but he doesn't see the H final as worth doing, and he's taken the piggy away. Oh no, Kai's taken the pig away, and that's very disappointing, but aside from that, we do have a race to cover nonetheless, even with 2 cars. It's rolling. The pig almost rolling off over there, but the 2-car race. Ready, Nick Child in the 2, and Rafael Luis Wague Mancibo in the 3. So 5 minutes for these 2 drivers to scrap it out. And you need 2 cars to make a motor race, so this could still be an exciting little thing to watch.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
And away they go. Nick Child in the 2-car leads the early going here. Over the Fiat Triple goes Nick Child, followed closely by Luis Wague Mancibo. Sorry if you could hear that. I think Paul's mic's having some feedback issues there, but Nick Child. Okay, Paul, sort your mic out. It's hurting my ears. Nick Child in the 2-car leads the way here from the 3 of Rafael Luis Mancibo. But Nick Child there with an issue at the Fiat Triple. So that leaves him a bit further behind. Luis Wague Mancibo going to drive away. Or at least try to. What can Nick Child do? Of course, Child slightly faster over the course of qualifying. But, oh, there goes Mancibo. So Mancibo and Child close together once again. Child with the better run of the Fiat Triple takes the lead back. So leads over the bridge and the HPI hairpin. Easiest piece of marshalling anyone's ever had to do here. So, might just be an issue on my end with the crackling that I'm hearing. I hope you're not hearing it as well, because it's hurting me and distracting me a little bit. But Nicholas Child getting away here. And Rafael Luis Wague Mancibo, the 3rd place at the moment. The 2nd place at the moment. Nick Child getting away in the lead. And 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Get a question whether maybe Nicholas Child could consider backing off a bit. Joe Cockhill down there saying do a backflip. And gotta wonder if he'll just consider backing off and making it a race. But then again, even taking the H final's a nice little bonus.
2 minutes to drive.
The 2-car of Child Just lapping the track, really. Little else can be said. Up and over. Nicholas Child. Of course, this is the first of 8 finals, and I can assure you the other finals with more cars than this. For now, it's Nicholas Child's to lose. A minute to go, and he has potentially gone some way to losing it there. Gets his rhythm back though, he should be okay, but another one there. What if Rafael Luis Wage Mancebo, after falling back, manages to take this one? What a kick in the teeth that would be to Nicholas Child. Of course, this is essentially the battle of who won't be last in terms of the rankings at the end of this. And Nicholas Child taking it carefully on his final lap. And as he comes around for the final time, the penultimate time. No, is he going to wait? Is he going to wait for it? No, he can't. He can't wait in case Mancebo catches up. So, victory for Nicholas Child. We'll continue following. And I think the car has actually died on the final lap. So if you don't finish, what does that mean? Because he's ahead of Mancebo, but Nicholas Child's come to a stop because the car's died. Oh dear. Either way, we're now on for the next heat in just a few moments. The G final, and there you see, look, an actual packed field of cars. He's still got my pig! Kaiko Varanta. I missed that pig. It made my day feel better. So a full grid of 10 cars for this one. Joe Cockhill lining up on pole. Tobias Claesson of Sweden will be second. Car repaired from earlier issues. Antonio Hernandez Alvarez of Spain, third. Nigel van Katwijk of the Netherlands, fourth. Christophe Jadot of France will line up fifth. René Levetza will line up in sixth. Michael Bolger and Cohen Middelkoop, the Irishman and the Dutchman, will be on the fourth row. Nick Child and Kaiko Varanta, piggy in tow, will will be the back row starters. He has a Porker, it's not a Porsche. So 10 drivers getting ready for this one. Tobias Claesson could be strong here. He said how much he needed that last qualifying session. Would he have been a final up if he hadn't had that issue? No one knows, but he shares this heat, this final rather, the G final, with Kaiko Varanta of Sweden. So his fellow countryman, and of course the man, the president of the HRC Racing Club. So 2 Swedes represented in this one. Pair of Brits as well, with poleman Joe Cockhill and Nick Child, the elder Nick Child. And he's going to show his boy how it's done, probably. Or maybe not, we don't know. So Cockhill will be looking to take this one from the pole position slot. It's definitely not always the pole sitter that takes the wins in this type of racing. In fact, it's invariably almost the opposite, but it'll be interesting to see how Cockhill does.
One minute to start.
Ivan Nova. 1 minute to start. This final is supposed to be a red ball final Guinea.
So 10 cars line up for this one.
30 seconds to start.
And we'll watch as we get underway. Everyone just lining the cars up. And the pole sitter, Joe Cockhill. Tobias Claesson of Sweden.
10, 9,
Felt he was hard
8,
done by in qualification.
7, 6, 5,
We'll see
4.
who takes the lead in these early stages. And we're away here in Valladolid for the second race of the day, and straight over the head of Joe Cockhill goes Tobias Claesson. So we follow Claesson, the leader, who has the 4 car for company, the 4 car of Nigel van Katwijk, the popular Dutchman. Katwijk past Claesson. So Van Katwijk from Levetzau. Where is Claesson? Claesson's fallen down the order with a mistake. So look at that battle for 3rd position now with the blue and white car, number 5. Goes for a spin there, the front end just lifts on the car of Christophe Chadeau, and that's cost him a lot of positions, but we follow him. He's in a whole gaggle of cars being led by Joe Cockhill, who's now in 3rd place. So Cockhill being followed by Claesson. You see them go over the line. That red and yellow car as Claesson's gone off. So Claesson's gone off, and so has Middelkoop. And it's all gone a bit crazy in this one, as you'd probably expect. But Cockhill in 3rd. Chadeau in 4th right now. Car 5. But there goes Chadeau, so that leaves Cockhill on his own. But look at the battle for the lead there at the 2nd corner. It was a battle for the lead anyway. The 6 car of Levetzau's had another error. So we'll follow that 2nd place car of Levetzau, the yellow and white. So the car in 2nd place, just ahead of Cockhill in the orange car with the white wheels. Yellow wheels. Yeah. What can Levetzau do? He looks like he has speed. More so than Van Katwijk, perhaps.
4, 6, 1, 5, 7, 8, 2, 9, 10, 3.
So 1/10 4-wheel drive European Championships. This is the G final. There goes Levetzau. Already looked a bit uneasy, and then just getting tapped by Cockhill. That's enough. Cockhill now in 2nd. Over goes Joe Cockhill. Helped back in time. Van Katwijk, still the leader out there by some 2.5 seconds. If we go to the bridge now, we can see the 4th place car, the number 7, yellow, white and blue. That's just heading now down the complex section and over the double. That's the 4th place driver. That's Bolger, and Bolger's gone on a bit of a wave there actually. So
10 leaders, 2 leaders, 9.
3 from 5 from 7, but there goes Chadeau again, making another mistake in front of Bolger, and that's taken both of them out. Middelkoop taking no further part in this one, his car's broken. We see that battle for, I believe it's still 4th place. It's Tobias Clayson in 4th, although he's now got 3rd place in his sights, so we have that 3 car of... oh no, that's not 3rd place, sorry, he's further back, Antonio Hernandez Alvarez, but Clayson closing up nonetheless. Distant 4th place. Battle for the lead's got interesting though, so if we look at the bridge, Joe Cockhill in that red car with the yellow wheels. Cockhill's got past Van Katwijk off screen, so clearly an issue for the young Dutchman. And Van Katwijk there rolls it. We've just caught that on camera, but Joe Cockhill one more lap left to go.
10, 9, 8, 7.
Oh, and he's off there, but he just about manages to keep the car on the straight and narrow. So Cockhill, final lap. Again with another roll at the Fiat triple. That's left Van Katwijk close by. Now Cockhill's just got to stay calm and get across the line. Final few corners. Katwijk finishes second to Joe Cockhill, who takes the win in that one. Celebrates with the crash. 3rd place, René Levetzau. So Cockhill from Van Katwijk from Levetzau. Tobias Clayson eventually finishing 4th position. 5th place, Christophe Jadot. Michael Bolger in 6th. Nick Child in 7th. Kai Koivaranta along with the RC Piggy in 8th. Antonio Hernandez Alvarez in 9th, and Cohen Middelkoop of the Netherlands finishing at the back of that one. So that's the end of that one. So we're ready for more racing now. We'll have the final F now out there. So we've got Sven Rudig, Felix de Hamel, Eric Gorgo, Sammy Saumella, Nicholas Flaudas, Alejandro Franco Gonzalez, Yuri Hoodie, Bart van Eschelpol, Johnny Sedgeborn and Powell Hurt. There we go, that's some proper broadcasting material.
Yeah. It's too out of there.
Look, they took away Piggy.
I know, Kai broke it.
Did they? How did Kai do that?
I don't know, he squeezed him and it just kind of broke.
Oh dear. National tragedy in Sweden.
Daniel will be very upset.
Yeah.
Screwed on me. Alright.
You're right, is it? You're right, Judy. I was told Yuri.
Oh, maybe Yuri.
I was saying Yuri at the start.
Yuri Hoodie?
Yeah.
Sammy Saumella?
Alejandro.
Is it Alejandra? Yeah.
Most
Not
of the
Spanish.
Spanish.
2 minutes to start.
Most of the Spanish names are just too long for the time. one guy who's got like 3 last names, and I can't actually see his first name. There's the guy who was in the
Can't
final.
see.
Yeah. The guy who was in the final with Nick Jr.
Oh, right. That's when you should go for car 6.
Yeah, it's car 3. He's probably commentating on a 2-car race, so
I can imagine.
3 and 8, don't be fully around.
So, back here in Valladolid at the Circuito de la Dios, Sven Rudig will be on pole for this one, alongside Felix de Hamel, Eric Gorgo, Sami Salmela, Nicolas Flaudas, Alejandro Franco Gonzalez, Uri Hoodie, Bart Van Eschelpol, Johnny Sedgborn and Powell Hurt. So that's the 10 cars in that one. And so Britain's Felix de Hamel lining up second for this one. And we're back with Tom Cockerill as well, fresh off some marshalling out there. Tell us a bit, if you know anything about Felix. How well do you know him?
Fairly well, actually. He's a youngish driver. Well, younger than me, so young. Not quite as young as Malin or Danny Kobovic or Una, so old to some people. He's got 1 second to get him a grid. Oh, is he going to get a penalty for that? Anyway, yeah, young Schumacher driver, comes from Worcestershire Way in England. If anyone knows where that is, somewhere down south, I think. Floods occasionally. Has a good 10k race. That's about all I know. Sven Rudig of Vampire fame, so he's the man behind Vampire Racing, and I'll go quiet for the start.
Okay, so Sven Rudig going to start from pole position. So Rudig and de Hamel lead the way. De Hamel taking quite a conservative method of going through the first jump section. Meanwhile, the 1 car of Sven Rudig in the lead in the early going. Behind him now, it's car 4. That's Sami Salmela. So Salmela's made it through the chaos as de Hamel and Gorgo both found issues during that lap. If you look at the battle for second, as you're already doing, so apologies there, Jean. Battle for second between Salmela and Felix de Hamel. Sami Salmela, the Finn, in second position at this moment in time in the F final here in Valladolid. And de Hamel be looking for that move. I was going to ask you before, and watch, he'll make the move before I finish the question. Where do you think the best overtaking opportunity is? There! Evidently. Because Felix de Hamel, sure enough, I asked the question, and he shows me. And him and Salmela there getting very close together, close for comfort, the first set of jumps. And there goes Salmela, de Hamel up to second position. Over the bridge he goes. You reckon de Hamel is someone who's going to settle for second, or is he going to try and catch up to Sven Rudig here?
I think he's got to try and catch him up. It's the Euros, everyone wants to take a trophy home, so he's got to push on and see if he can catch him up. The gap is 2.3, yep. 3:30 to go, easily possible. There's plenty of mistakes out there for everyone. Sven Rudig getting up on 2 wheels, cases the tabletop, and he's over, but gets back on his wheels, so Felix a little closer now.
Yeah, Felix indeed. That will be down to about 1.2 seconds over the line, I'd say, but it'll be less now. Sven Rudig, 0.6 of a second clear. De Hamel off there. So de Hamel's made an error. He's now got to worry about the 4 car of Sami Salmela. So we follow de Hamel over the Fiat Triple, over the bridge and into the HPI hairpin. And yes.
He looks to have closed up on Sven through that middle section, so the gap last time was 0.6. Felix had an error on this lap, but 1.4 is the gap. So not a huge gap, a little slide here or there, and that'll be closed right up.
Yes, definitely. Sven Rudig is going to want to take this one, but he's going to worry about de Hamel. De Hamel has shown pace over the weekend, and if he can keep the car on the straight and narrow, and there's a good chance he'll catch up to Sven Rudig. We'll see what the gap is this time by. I'd hazard a guess that it's maybe gone up a tenth or two. Over goes de Hamel. It's actually 1.3, so it's gone down by another tenth, but de Hamel's over again. He's now down to third place, and he's got to now try and get past Sami Salmela of Finland. Sami in that green and yellow machine. will defend the second position. You would have thought De Hamel in third place. Of course, we saw in Bologna last week for the large-scale touring cars, some people settling for top 3 positions because of bump-ups. Not the case here. No bump-ups available, so you've got one race to prove how quick you are, and you may as well take it. De Hamel, all kinds of attacking driving going on up the inside of the tabletop of the Fiat Triple. They nearly collide, and De Hamel getting the worst of that one. Just getting a bad bounce there on the landing of the Fiat Triple. That's him over, and he's going to struggle to get anything beyond third place now, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he needs to start looking behind. Now he's going to come under pressure. Meanwhile, out front, it looks like Salmella's actually closing in on Sven Rudig. The gap is 1.3 with 1:10 left on the clock, so that's going to be 2 more laps as they come into the 8 car, who's a backmarker. Oh, Salmella's off the track.
So Salmella off the track, sorry. Sven Rudig now with some breathing room. We're just going to direct ourselves to the lead battle, but unfortunately the lead battle is no longer a lead battle. That happens quite a lot here. But a good battle on track. If we could just go to the HPI hairpin now, you can see cars taking dents out of each other there. So you can see the battle for third if you focus on the yellow car of Alejandro Franco Gonzalez, being followed by Yuri Hudi. Over they go. And there goes Hudi, so Hudi's off. De Hamel's off as well. Busy Marshall point down there. In fact, I think that's a short straw in terms of Marshall points, because it does seem to be quite busy. And there goes De Hamel again, so Hudi now up to fourth, sorry, and he'll probably be comfortable in that position now. So this is the final lap, it should be, depending on where the leader actually is. Sven Rudig, there he is, so last lap. Sven Rudig at the Fiat Triple now, so we'll follow him. Sami Salmela has closed up again, so you can only assume Sven Rudig's had another issue out there. But all going well, that should be it for him. So Sven Rudig down through the final complex section, over the double, lands it and crosses the line to take the win. So Sven Rudig, Sami Salmela in second, and will stay at the final corner as the third place car of Alejandro Franco Gonzalez comes through. Yuri Hidi close by at the end, but not quite enough. Fifth place eventually going to Johnny Sedgborn, and Felix De Hamel in sixth, being followed close by Eric Gorgo. So there you go, that's the end of that one. Sven Rudig, who takes the F final here in Valladolid Circuit Teledios. Sami Salmela in second, Alejandro Franco Gonzalez in third, Yuri Hudi in fourth, and rounding out the top 5, Johnny Sedgborn. Britain's Felix De Hamel finishing sixth, ahead of Eric Gorgo and Nicholas Flaudas, Bart Van Eschelpol and Paul Hurt. I don't think, well, Bart Van Eschelpol did finish, Paul Hurt did not. Either way, they seemed they were eventually far away from the sharp end. We now have another A final coming, so we'll just have a quick stretch and a quick inhale-exhale session before the second A final. In fact, since we have Lee Martin with us, we'll quickly talk to him. How are you feeling going into this second one, Lee?
Whatever. I'm going to keep driving around the best I can. Really? And what will be, will be.
And, well, there was a lot of drama at the start of the first one with Coelho starting from the back. He just ploughed through the order, though. Who do you expect? If it's not you who takes the European title and you say it's Jorn or Bruno, who would you have your money on?
It's tough to call, to be honest. That first one threw a bit of a spanner in the works, so I think it'll be exciting from here on out. And yeah, let's let Tom choose.
Lee Martin, he'll win. Go on, Lee. So Lee, staying neutral, I'd say. That's what that is. But he's, as we found out on the pit walk earlier, if you missed it, he's the only driver not to have a centre diff, Lee. So how much of an effect does that have on the car, Tom? Of course, you're in a Yokohama yourself, so you don't have one either, but what difference does a centre diff make?
I mean, our previous car used to have one, or we had the option for one, which we actually used at last year's Euros, and what we found is it made it a lot easier to drive, especially as you come into bumpy sections, so not necessarily quicker, but easier, so less prone to make mistakes. I mean, one of the noticeable things, obviously driving the Yokomo car, is we come out of corners, I was a little loose on the rear end, whereas with a centre diff you can tune that so you get more drive to the front, so the car tends to pull out the corner rather than push out the corner. Whether it's better or not, it's just different. So different kind of feel, different driving style. He's the only belt drive car in my main. He's the only car without a centre diff, but it's not them two things that make a car. It's a whole host of other parts.
And Lee Martin will be doing his bit to try and take this one. Of course, he also capitalised from Coelho in the same way Coelho did. He was up a couple of positions at the end of the first lap, and it's equally easy to lose positions and gain positions in that first lap. The flurry into the second corner. And, I mean, is there any real way of avoiding a first lap incident? It's really just kind of hope and pray, isn't it?
I mean, these guys have a lot of talent. There is a lot of luck in it. It depends who gets it just a little bit wrong. It's one of them jumps where you're already committed 10 foot before the jump. Yeah. So what happens on landing, you can't really control. If the guy in front of it's got it wrong and his car's bounced sideways, staying stationary, you're going to go into him. There's nothing you can do about it. And then when the melee after that happens, whether you get through it or not, absolute pot luck. So obviously, there is skill in it. Some people get better starts than others. That isn't just luck, but it is one of them things. Sounds like we've got a delay.
Yeah, so I heard for car number 2, that would be Neil Cragg, and he was shaking his head, so I get the impression that there may be another issue for Neil. And we're just hanging essentially out of the commentary area, trying to figure out what's happening. And
it sounds like they've obviously rebuilt the car, replaced the diff outdrive that broke in the first race, and they've got the diff in the wrong way by the sounds of it. So the car's either trying to pull itself apart or push itself together. Possibly a long change. I don't know how long we can call a delay for, but he's not going to be too pleased. It's going to start you off a little bit nervous, but Neil's got nerves of steel. He's been there, he's done that, he knows what he's doing. So as long as they kept the car to the grid, I'm pretty sure he'll still be there or thereabouts.
Of course, he did it on Wednesday. What he's got to do now, of course, as we said, with 2 of your final runs counting towards your end time, what you've really got to do here is hope that Neil, for his sake, gets the car back out there and gets 2 successful runs in, just so he can be a factor in the final results. That's the most important thing of all. We had a very fed up looking Jorn Neumann walking around the driver's area. Why have they delayed? Why have they done this? And Neumann of Germany will be starting 3rd. It's the same grid as before. Coelho and Cragg, who hopefully will be on the front row this time. Jorn Neumann in 3rd, Martin Wilanka 4th, Kari Saumela 5th, Malin Karlsson in 6th, Martin Beyer 7th, Lee Martin in 8th, Hubert Honigel and Hupo Honigel and Juna Hattinen rounding out the 10, and Jorn going for a bit of a wider wander there, so he can't be expecting anything to happen anytime soon if he's leaving the driver's stand.
I don't know how long the delay is. I mean, generally the drivers don't mind waiting. Everyone wants to race. No one wants to win something by virtue of someone else's kind of misfortune. So everyone will want to wait, but it's kind of one of those things. Everyone's building themselves up. A couple of guys have done the warm-up laps and then delay. So, okay, whatever. So it's just kind of dead time. What do? Go and speak to your pit man, stand on a rostrum, laugh and joke. You just got to see what happens, but I'm sure, well, you can see they're working on it. Guys are looking through the fence, see what's happening. There'll be about 100 people around there, none of who could help because they're pretty small cars. Only one person and one driver at a time. But yeah, I guess Neil will be hoping that he still gets his front row start and we can go. And it looks like Drescher's running through now, so the car looks to be done. Hopefully he's got it in the right way this time, and we'll be about to get going.
It would be ever so slightly controversial if he came back with a car that was still wrong. I think that would be the end of the delay. Right, sorry, tough luck, mate. You had your go, but hopefully we can get this one underway. I think that Jorn Neumann's been made aware of the fact that the race has started again. I haven't actually seen him come up, but I think Lee Martin was yelling at him. And sure enough, there comes Jorn Neumann. So he comes out onto the driver's stand once again in the Serpent colours, ready to pilot what I, from memory, the only Serpent in the, is it not? Who's the other Serpent competitor?
Well, there might be more than one, but I know Joe Cockhill is running a Serpent.
Not in the A final though. He's the only one in the A final.
Sorry, yeah.
Okay. You had me going for a minute. Oh no! When did Joe get in? That'd be excellent. I'll strap a GoPro to his head again.
5 X-rays.
Yep, 5 X-rays.
3 B44s
Yep.
associated. A Yokomo and a Serpent.
Yep. So
we get there.
So 5 X-rays, as we said. So the dominant manufacturer, associated with 3 out there, rounding out the order, and we have the piece of paper, the all-important piece of paper now, to let you know exactly what the times and positions were in that last one. So Jorn Neumann, Bruno Coelho, Martin Wilanka and Martin Beyer were the top 4 in that last one, and of course it's the points that matter, and they've got to consider which 2 heats or which 2 legs they want to take for the 3A final runs. It's not a difficult choice for Neil Cragg, rather, who's on a 0, so he's on a 10 actually, rather, and looks like you're doing some totting up there, Tom.
I was just looking at Jorn's first run. His lap times were very consistent. Obviously he started out front and he had a relatively clear run, no one bothering him from behind, so I think that's going to be a quick final, which obviously might come into play later, depends. Someone else goes and wins 2 legs, it doesn't matter. If he's on equal points, it'll be a factor towards the end.
And I mean, yeah, Neumann, just looking at the times as you were, only one time above 26 seconds, 26.1 in a second to last lap. Other than that, all in the mid to low 25s, apart from 24.7 on lap 2, which was his quickest lap of the run. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left until we get this one started. Cars 8 and 7 still in pit lane at the moment. That's Lee Martin and Martin Beyer, who just leaves the area now. So Beyer, and also Jorn Neumann only just getting out there himself, so obviously having done a bit of warm-up before the delay was called, some of them deciding not to overdo it here. A lot of the drivers already waiting at the far end of the main straight, and they'll all be ready for another heat, another leg of the A final. And Bruno Coelho already on the main straight. You see Jorn Neumann there doing another lap. Coelho, interestingly, there just kind of driving slowly in front of Neumann, and not sure if that's intentional kind of mind games or anything like that from Coelho, but just doing an extra lap, or an extra kind of modified lap there. Didn't really do a lap at all, that would be unfair to the lap. But Bruno Coelho will have to get lined up, and Neil Cragg starting at the back of the order, as you can see there in that 2 car. So
1 minute to
we said
start.
how hard it's going to be for him in these next 2 legs. He's going to have to try and ace both of them if he wants to be in with a chance of taking the double, 2 championships in 1 week, and that is going to make it all the more difficult for him. 40 seconds until we get going here. Of course, that leaves a nice space next to Bruno Coelho. Not sure if Martin Wilanka, perhaps Jorn Neumann, can take advantage of that one. What do you focus on as you get ready for the start?
At this point, you just kind of, no one really cares. As soon as the 10 seconds starts, that's it, silence falls, you focus. But until then, you just kind of like laughing, joking. The 10 seconds is when people start to focus their mind.
9, 8, 7, 6,
So
5, 4.
the second leg of the A final here in Valladolid. And we're away here at the Circuit Teledios, and it is the 1 car of Coelho in the lead this time finally getting to start from the pole position he earned, with Jorn Neumann close by, so they all make it through the first lap pretty clean on that occasion. Neil Cragg at the very back of the field, he's going to have some work to do. There goes the one car of Quaylor. Neumann in second. Third place is Martin Wilanka, Kari Salmela in fourth, and Martin Beyer in fifth. It's a pretty formulaic first lap from everyone. It's been a relatively calm one, which is a rare thing to say in 1/10, but a relatively calm first lap, and a relatively calm second lap as well. If you just look to the battle for second, Jean, Neumann with company, and there's Martin Wilanka of Austria. We said Wilanka, far from a count-outable guy. That's a good sentence. As Wilanka looking to challenge Neumann. So Quaylor getting away. This is what we saw in the practice earlier on. But Neumann, it's quite surprised that Neumann's not actually able to go at the kind of go along with Quaylor and get away from the rest of the field. I was kind of expecting the two of them to distance themselves from everyone else, but it's more Quaylor and then the rest at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is Jorn's biggest chance. He started behind Bruno on the track. He knows it, he needs to close up on him. In leg 3, Neil should start between them. So Jorn needs to get his head down, tie onto the back of Bruno. He's kind of dropped Wilanka now, so he'll have his sights set on Bruno. And with 3 minutes to go, I think it's very possible to close in and we'll end up with a tight race. Jorn's definitely got the experience, knows what he's doing. So does Bruno. So hopefully he can close in and we'll get a bit of a race on towards the end of this one.
And Lee Martin now up to third place, and there goes Neumann. If you just look to the final corner, there's Neumann. Lee Martin for company now. So Neumann with the yellow wheels having an issue there at the final turn, and that's left him with Lee Martin in close proximity. Lee Martin of the UK will be doing all he can to try and pressure the German, and Neumann's not going to be happy, is he, with his performance at the moment. But what can he do really to try and stop? Oh, he just seems to be he's feeling the pressure there, because just got it all wrong at the jump, ended up on the concrete, and has got Lee Martin all over him. Martin would be delighted to get past Neumann.
Yeah, I mean, 8th up to 2nd would be a great result. Jorn's under a little bit of pressure here. He got it wrong into the double and ended up on his roof, which allowed Lee to close in, and now he's under pressure. This is really Bruno's to lose with a 7-second lead and 2 minutes to go. Bruno just needs to keep it clean, he'll bring it home. He'll start looking towards a race time now. He needs to try and beat Jorn's one from the first race, just in case it goes to a tiebreaker. Meanwhile, Jorn will be looking to defend that second place. It puts him in a strong position going into the third and final leg, and Martin will be doing everything he can to get some low score on the board.
Not the best lap there from Martin, lost a bit of time, but Neumann, a 5:06.043 was his time in that previous leg, the first leg of the A final, and as you said, it's really Quaylor who needs to try and find some more speed out there. I think he might be on for it, a 5:06.03 at the moment.
Yeah, that's 6 seconds quicker than Jorn's predicted. However, I don't know how accurate that is, because the first lap's not necessarily the right length. Meanwhile, behind the front three, there is an epic battle for the fourth spot.
Okay, so if we could just get the cameras on that battle for fourth, the 4 car, the yellow with the white wheels, just going over the bridge at the moment, and being followed by Sami Salmela. That's Martin Wilanka in 4th position, the cork in the bottle. Kari Salmela in 5th. Una Hattinen was in 6th, is still in 6th, with Neil Cragg right behind him. Malin Carlson on the back of that. And that's a big moment there for 5th and 6th place cars. I believe we're still following the 4 of Wilanka there, but in case you couldn't quite see it on the screen, that was a hefty collision, let's say, between Una Hattinen and the number 7 car of Martin Beyer. But on the, if we can just go to the far end corner now, Bruno Quaylor, far end corner, so the last corner now, Bruno Quaylor. He's crossed the line, so he's only going to get 12 laps out of that. I was wondering if he'd get a 13th, but 12 laps on a 5-minute .637. If you're going to do a 12 lapper, that's about as good as it gets.
Yeah, that's a very quick final there from Bruno. It's 6 seconds up on Jorn's leg 1 score, so he's got the quickest final. I mean, he'll go out in the last one looking to win it. Jorn's in a strong position coming home in second, so he's got a 1 and a 2 in the bag going into the last leg. Good run from Lee Martin, scoring a 3rd. And then Neil Cragg, he's got a 5. He's going to be disappointed with that, but starting from the back of the grid, what can you expect? He'll be looking to make amends in the last leg and hopefully make the podium.
Yeah, so hoping for a podium for Lee Martin, but Coelho, league of his own out there on track. Of course, I think I'm right in saying that in the practice A he got 13 laps. I think that's the only time we've seen someone do 13 laps in 5 minutes all weekend. The fact that he did that in a race scenario is pretty incredible, and something tells me, however, though, that he's not going to have the track all to himself in the final leg, the 3rd and final leg of the day. And tune in a little bit later for that one. It is Bruno Coelho seemingly in control as at the end of that second one.
Take them to collide, it would be like
Two minutes to start.
Pablo.
Pero un momento, Javier, tenemos la verificación técnica bloqueada.
Are you ready? Any problem? Okay, clear. Good.
2 minutes to start. One minute to start.
There we go, your start position.
So 40 seconds until we get underway for this E final. Luis Enrique Carrasco Cuevas on pole for this one. Sylvain Gallo Selva in second. Felix Zamorano starting third. Dominic Van Helmond, the young Dutchman, in fourth. Simon Luxak and Kevin Saison on the third row. Joel Maher and Fabian Widmer, the Brit and the Swissman, Swiss competitor, 7th and 8th. Thibaut Jacquelot and Sergis Kulak rounding out the order.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
But it's the Yokomo of Luis Enrique Carrasco Cuevas on pole. And we're away here in Valladolid for the E-finals of the four-wheel drive 1/10 European Championships. It's all gone a bit crazy at the first corner. There's about 4 cars all over each other, but we focus on the leaders. And if you look to the battle for third at the moment, John, you see that 4 cars all as one, more or less, going under the bridge. That's being headed up by the number 6, I'm tempted to say. That's the number, yes, no, it's the number 4 of Dominic Van Helmond. But he's just gone for a tumble, so Van Helmond has now fallen back. Over the jump goes the 3, the Fiat Triple, and Felix Zamorano, and the HPI hairpin being followed by Thibaut Jacquelot now, after some more issues. So Jacquelot in 4th, and being stalked by the 5th place car, which is Simon Luxak. And they're all over the show in this one. It's letting Luis Enrique Carrasco Cuevas get away. Thibaut Jacquelot now up to 2nd. And so if we look at that, I think we are already looking at that battle for 2nd. Actually, Thibaut Jacquelot just holding off Luxak in the 3rd place car. And one of many poles racing this weekend, Simon Luxak. Thibaut Jacquelot in 2nd. It's all spread out a little bit now, fortunately, because while they were all together, they were kind of knocking 6 bells of hell out of each other.
Yeah, finals tend to do that. Sometimes you get a close battle all the way through, other times it stretches out a bit and it's just a bit, you want something to happen. But the poleman out front, he had a 3.6 second lead last time by. This time, as he goes down the straight, it's reduced to 2.5, so something could be happening out front. With the wind picking up, that jump's getting a little bit sketchy, so we might see a few errors, close the pack up a little bit.
Well, Jacquelot, the man we follow on camera, in 2nd place, as we say, and it would be a great achievement to come up from 9th to win it. Already great to be in 2nd from 9th place. And on goes Jacquelot. Lost some time there, down to 3.5 seconds again, so that gap has extended once more. What can the young Belgian do? Over the bridge into the HPI hairpin goes the driver of the 9 car. 3.5 after a mistake last time. I'd say it's probably still somewhere over 3 seconds as they cross the line. We'll see. Yeah, 3.2. Luis Enrique Carrasco Cuevas really in control. The wind really picking up as well. And it's getting colder. Why did you just put your sunglasses on?
It stops the dust getting in my eyes. It's basically my glasses stop the dust. Gets a bit irritable. Get dust in your eyes. So yeah, glasses stop that. Means I can't read the screen, but hey ho. Life's choices. Looks like we've got a bit of a battle coming here over the tabletop. Battle for the lead, as I say, that 4-car crashes.
That's the 4 car's actually a lap down, Van Helmond, so he's trying his best. Did look rather like he was going to attack Luis Enrique Carrasco Cuevas there, which was a bit worrying, but no, I think he's calling it a day. Yeah, the 4-car Van Helmond calling it a day after a difficult Fiat triple section. And with a minute and 15 left, if we can look at the leader, the white car just going over the Fiat triple and onto the over the bridge, HPI hairpin. That's Luis Enrique Carrasco Cuevas. And once again, it is always good to be in pole position, because usually it's not you who gets involved in the incident, it's second down really.
Yeah, it's generally only you get involved when it's your fault because you've got it wrong. It's nice to have a clear track in front of you and get away with it. His car's getting a little bit sketchy over a big jump at the end of the straight with this wind, so hopefully we won't see an error from him. The 9 car not too far behind, but he is pushing to try and keep up, and his lines are getting a little bit leery. So that is your battle. 30 seconds left, 40 seconds left. Probably this lap and one more.
It'll be tight. 27.3 seconds, the medium time, according to the timing screens. His last one, 27.8, and it was on 27 as he crossed the line. So it's going to be interesting to see what will happen. But as the gap between Carrasco Cuevas and Jacquelou continues to increase, it looks like it will be the Spanish competitor who takes the win, and he does cross the line for the 11th and final time. So Luis Enrique Carrasco Cuevas taking a well-earned win there. Pretty textbook performance. Thibaut Jacquelou 4.9 seconds further back. Simon Luczak in third rather. Fabian Widmer in fourth, with Felix Zamorano right behind them at the end there, as you saw on screen. Joel Maher and Sergei Skulak finishing as well. The only other finishers, 8th, 9th and 10th didn't finish. Dominic Van Helmond, as we saw there, having some issues within close proximity of the leader. And Sylvain Galloselva and Kevin Cezanne not even getting to finish. And Cezanne has been competitive all week, so it's a shame for him. But either way, that's the end of that one. We now move on to the D finals, and should be interesting to see who is towards the front in that one. The 4 car of Tristram Neal is someone I potentially have my eyes on as a potential winner in this one. Who are you putting some hypothetical money on?
Oh, should we make it real money?
No.
I'm going for Zacharias Villalba. So he's a Spanish guy. He's Spanish-Swedish kind of guy. So he's, I think, he's Spanish, but also has Swedish roots. He's going to be quick, I reckon. He's very quick in two-wheel drive. A bit unlucky not to make the main. I don't know what's happening in full drive for him to be in the D main, but I think he'll be quick.
So that's fair. The 2nd and 4th cars on the grid, placing our hypothetical, I can't say that enough, hypothetical money. Wilhelm Skolderbrand will be on pole alongside the Albert. Tony Niniverte. Why did I say him? He's been amazing all weekend, Tony Niniverte, the Finn. Tristram Neal in 4th. Jani Hovi, also of Finland, in 5th. Florent Jadot, the Frenchman, will line up 6th alongside Jakob Luczak. Clement Bode, who's been popular on the live stream comments, he'll be 8th. Marcus Lind, the Swede, in car 9, and Matthew Chaffardin in car 10. And Marcus and Matthew have been trading positions and trading paint in qualifying. So I suppose in some ways it's quite good that when I think it is probably when they inevitably do have a bit of a moment together, they're at the back of the field and not going to have 8 other cars heading towards them.
Yeah, I guess that helps. I mean, if they've qualified together, they'll probably know each other quite well. They've been trading paint all day. I'd expect to see it happen again in this final, especially when you're racing for 9th and 10th. You know the eyes aren't on you, kind of get away with a bit more.
Well, Lind and Schaffard, I think all day has been an exaggeration, but it's certainly happened a couple of times, and that's only when I've seen it. So we'll see how this one pans out. To get the cars into the grid slots. Tristram Neal he's not going to. He's not in the grid slot yet. He's still not in the grid slot with 25 seconds left.
Sorry, restart, please. Hold on to delay.
Oh.
We have to do a repair in the carpet. Okay?
Okay, so I think I just heard repair with the carpet. So that'd be one of the AstroTurf sections. So something's coming loose somewhere out there on track. And that means there's going to be a delay. There's some chunks of something over at the first set of jumps. Does that look like AstroTurf to you?
Yeah, it looks like could be the landing on the first jump. Or no, he's gone to the apex. You can't actually see it from a rostrum, so none of us can see what it is. But the guys are down there. It looks like a 3-minute delay's been called. Saviour for Trist Neal, who probably wasn't in his grid slot in time, but there's a delay called, so he'll take that one. Look of a draw. Looks like they're just renailing down a bit of AstroTurf that might have come loose, causing a bit of problems for guys. Makes it extremely difficult when you can't see it. But yeah, it should be a quick repair, and we'll be straight on with this final shortly.
I'm not going to lie, if I was in charge of the track, I'd be reluctant to repair anything at the second corner, because there's a high chance that it's only going to get damaged again. But they're all out there and doing their bit to make sure that the track is ship-shape, and we'll just hop off the microphone for 2 or 3 minutes, as some of these repair delays have been a bit lengthy, so just in case it's a long time, we'll just leave for a couple of minutes, reminding you that this is RC Racing TV, brought to you this weekend by HPI Racing and Fiat. Like us on Facebook at RC Racing TV, join the community group also called RC Racing TV, and like EFRA on Facebook while you're at it. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Are you ready?
Yes? One of 2 buttons.
Are you?
And I'm pressing both of them, and it's neither. I'm not going to video. You must have managed it earlier. But it works. Somehow now it's video.
Jackie Solman.
That works.
Yes. No. Do that for you. Do that.
Why did you do that? Yeah. These final stuff.
Yeah, ahí es. Vamos a irnos al minuto justo.
It's only a D final. Ejected that.
One minute.
D final.
1 minute. Okay. Can I stick in the boxes anyway?
It's under for some reason. Huh? You hit it.
1 minute to start.
Yeah. I quite enjoy it. Good fun. Yeah. I tend to get a little overexcited, but good fun. So do I. I've been beating myself up over it all weekend. I've been told off over it, like. But yeah.
So the cars lining up, 30 seconds until the start. Wasn't a long delay after all, so good stuff from the track workers to get it all underway. 10 seconds until the start of the race. So let's focus on the leaders.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Wilhelm Skjoldebrand will be on pole for this one. Zacharias Villalba in second. Villalba with a fairly good start there, but not able to challenge in the first few corners. Pretty much holding station there, although there goes Villalba. So Villalba, the man, and he's taken out my man. So your man, Zacharias Villalba, has taken out Tristram Neal, who's now taken himself out. So there goes my bet. But through goes Wilhelm Skjoldebrand in the lead, and
So absolute carnage at the end of the front tabletop, and sounds like the 2-car got a stop-go penalty in the midst of that, so he'll have to take that shortly. And looks like the yellow car's to the front. Can't quite see the number 5 by the looks of it, so that's Yanni Hovey to the front after the race leader getting the first jump wrong.
Hovey of the Finnish contingent has been kind of inconspicuous. He's never been at the front of his qualifying sessions. He's always been there or thereabouts. And this is his chance. If you're going to be at the front of something, this is kind of the bit to be at the front of. And Hovey ahead of Wilhelm Skjoldebrand. So over the jump goes Yanni Hovey in that 5-car. And towards the last corner, looks to be in control of his car, which is the most important thing. You can always see when a driver looking a bit less confident. Has some issues further back, and the number 2 car coming in for a drive-through. So Zacharias Vialba will not be best pleased with that. Further ahead, Hovey dominating at the moment, getting away, but if we just look to the battle for second, the battle is closing up. And that was the 6 car of Florent Jadot there, just getting out of sorts at EFRA corner. It's so easy just to clip that kind of high raised part just on the apex of that corner, and that will then lose you 1 or 2 seconds with ease.
Yeah, it's getting really bumpy through the first corner. You want to carry as much speed as you can to make sure you can clear the jump, but a little bit too much, get a little bit sideways, you catch a rut and you're into the fence. It takes no prisoners, that's for sure.
So we now follow 3rd place if possible. Well, that's all changed as well, so it's very difficult to keep up with, but we'll follow the 2nd place car as we continue to do so. That's Wilhelm Skjoldebrand in the 1 car, started on pole position, is closer to Yanni Hovey this time by. And there goes Skjoldebrand. Skjoldebrand's going to lose that 2nd place. Car's tumbling all over the final corner. And Tom's walked off to go talk to Peter Peniche, and look at that battle between Jadot and the 1 car of Wilhelm Skjoldebrand. And Skjoldebrand, that's a big moment again for Wilhelm Skjoldebrand. He's had a bad last couple of laps, tumbles through. And and there's another moment for Skjoldebrand. He's had a terrible last couple of laps, and now behind the 7 car of the 7 car of Jakob Lugzak, who's made up some positions. Yanni Hovey now well clear, and if you just move to the 2nd where the marshal is currently, there's all sorts of issues going on there, and that moves Skjoldebrand back up after several issues for the others. And sorry, what you're pointing out there, Tom?
Zacharias Vilalba's up to the 3 spot in the 2 car after his drive-through penalty. So he's definitely capitalised on the crashing that just happened there on the jump.
Yes, he has. So he's back up to 3rd place as the 6 car comes in. So Florent Jadot coming to a halt, and if we can follow the 2 car of Vialba, which is the red and white one next to the marshal, currently just behind Wilhelm Skjoldebrand after that issue for Vialba. So it's the 2 and the 1. They were the front row, and that's a big moment there. And Vialba essentially ploughing through Wilhelm Skjoldebrand, and that could be an issue. So if you just watch Hovey has had an issue further out at the front, and he crosses the line. Yanni Hovey takes the win, but if we focus on the 3rd place car, which is Wilhelm Skjoldebrand, he crosses the line. Didn't realise the race had come to an end. Tristram Neal up to 3rd place, Wilhelm Skjoldebrand in 4th, Zacharias Vialba in 5th, and Tony Nineverta in 6th, Marcus Lind 7th, Florent Jadot in 8th, Clement Boulder in 9th, the first of the non-finishers. and Matthew Chaffardon. Not sure if he got into Marcus Lind in the end. There was far too much going on elsewhere, but he didn't make the finish one way or the other. So Jarni Hovey will be happy enough with that one. That's the D final completed. 3 more races to go, one of which our co-commentator Tom Cockerill has to take part in. So, you ready?
Yeah, of course I'm ready. Or born ready, is what I'd say. That final was a bit busy for referees. 2 drive-through penalties. Before car of Trish Neal capitalising on the carnage at the end to come home in 3rd, which he'll be quite pleased with, considering he was knocked back down to 10th, should we call it, on lap 1. I think that's a fair way of putting it. So good recovery drive from him as we now look to the C final.
So Carlos Pineda Vidal on pole for this one alongside Greg Williams, Tommy Maru, Joachim Nikolaisen, Peter Peniche, who you were speaking to just now. In 5th, Daniel Kobovic alongside him, Michael Olowski, Julian Ferrandis, Paul Crompton, and so Michael Olowski, the outgoing champion, and he's not even, he's in the C final. So what's happened with him? He just seems to be in bad form this week if he's the defending champion in the C final.
I think, well, 2-wheel drive, he showed his pace, he finished 3rd. I think he's struggled with the track in 4-wheel drive. As I said earlier, one of the interviews, it's one of those tracks where you're pushing it hard, and when it bites hard. It's not you slide and lose half a second, it's you barrel roll into a fence and lose 5 seconds. And he's a very good driver, there's no doubt about it. He's just struggled, and you have them weeks, you have them events, it happens to the best of them. So this is his event, which is a shame because he's definitely got the pace, but he'll try to make amends and win this final, I'm sure. Bit of a Schumacher battle going on in this one. They're 4 guys all in this final, so they'll be battling for pride, as we put it.
And Peter Peniche, how are his spirits going into this one?
Well, me and him usually end up pretty much racing each other every time. We're both in the A final together. This time I'm in the B final, he's in the C, so not too happy, but he still had a good week. He made the main in 2-wheel drive, so that's still seen as a good week.
Well, we'll see how Peter Peniche copes with the separation in the C final. Carlos Pineda Vidal and Greg Williams, the front row, and getting ready for an exciting 5-minute blast here. So we just he's getting the GoPro on in advance out here, but with a few seconds to go until the C final. Carlos Pineda Vidal of Spain will be on pole, and Pineda Vidal it is who leads the way going through the first section. Bit of controlled chaos further down the order, but Pineda Vidal still ahead of Greg Williams and Tommy Maru. So Pineda Vidal still just ahead, and as always you see the top 2 or 3 cars breaking away while the others get into each other. Pineda Vidal being followed by Greg Williams. Olowski in 5th as of the end of the first lap. So not a bad first lap, but he'll be wanting at least a podium out of this one. We follow the leaders, Pineda Vidal and Greg Williams, and Greg's looking strong out there at the moment.
Yeah, he's closed up onto Carlos, so Greg will be looking to make a move somewhere down the line. Still got to look behind him because the guys behind not too far behind, and he's over. So Zacharias jumping into action, and he's lost 3 spots, so down to 5th spot for Greg. Not great for him, and there is the Schumacher battle for 3rd. You got Olowski, Williams and Pinish all going over the bridge together. Meanwhile, Carlos Vidal Pinera is out front and looking to stretch his legs.
Stretching his legs he is. So if we look back to the second place car, the 3, that is Tommy Maru, and Olowski now up to 3rd, so he's doing very well out there. So the top 3 as follows: Pineda Vidal, Maru and Olowski. And it is the man we follow in second place, Myru. And
Position after 2 minutes.
Tom now getting ready for his one. So
2, 5, 10, 8, 4,
Carlos
9.
Pineda Vidal in the lead, but not by much, is the consensus here. Orlowski in third, now into second. So if we'll follow Orlowski, the second place driver, looking very strong, outgoing champ, as Tom said. And well, he said he was looking to make amends. He's already up to second, so he's pretty much there. He's just going to try and get past the Spaniard Vidal.
Yeah, 2:30 down, 2:30 to go, half race distance, and they come down the straight basically neck and neck into the first corner. So Orlowski goes long and gets up the inside, but he's over. So almost making the move stick, but not quite. So he's got a bit more work to do to close back up onto the leader. But he seems to have the pace in the car, so we should have a race on our hands with 2 minutes to go. I think he'll get there.
Yep, smart money perhaps on Pineda Vidal now. He's close by. He's got a gap now over Michael Orlowski. Orlowski in second place. Once again, he's closed up. It was 1.2 last time by, and it's definitely not 1.2 out there now. I imagine it's probably closer to half a second. Tighter line through the HPI hairpin that time. And as some of the other drivers getting ready for the B final, the last minute and a half of this one, it's Orlowski. Look at that, 0.2 of a second, and you can just see it on track. Timing screens don't matter here. This is an all-out race. Orlowski, Pineda Vidal, and Pineda Vidal with a mistake there. Orlowski through, and we watch there as the marshal recovers him. But there goes Orlowski, and that brings. I'd say the conclusion that quite a few people expected, the defending champion in these this particular Euro Championship, up into the lead, but people were kind of expecting him to be in the hunt for the A's, but only in the C final this weekend. But I suppose it's some consolation to take a trophy of some description home. Be smaller than the one on his mantle from last time. So this is his second last lap. 30 seconds remain. Over the tabletop goes the driver of the 7, Michael Orlowski. Peter Panish in second. And in third it is Pineda Vidal. But, crossing the line for what will be the penultimate time. Michael Orlowski, Polish competitor.
5, 4, 3.
Might just catch some of the lap traffic before the end, but that won't bother him. Julian Ferrandis is the man ahead of him in 7th. Some of the cars already finishing. Fernandez Rodriguez in car 10 has crossed the line to come 5th. But taking the win in this one, the C final, it's going to be Orlowski for Austria, for Poland rather. And the battle for second place right down to the wire there. And the Austrian Peter Panish not quite managing it. And look at that gap.
0.06 to finish. That is close racing.
It is indeed. Tommy Myru 4th and Fernandez Rodriguez in 5th. And now we do.
Recording?
Yes, recording. Sorry about this. It feels really weird. There we go.
Let's go.
So, Tom Cockerill off for his B final. Got a GoPro on his head. It's a lucky charm, John. Joe Cockerill did well. Yeah, Tom agreed to wear it, don it for the B final. Says he's only here for A final, so he's going to have fun with the B. And he's taking us along for the ride, which is mightily kind of him. And he looks good with his GoPro on, I promise. So you're watching RC Racing TV. This is the second last race of the weekend, the B final. And they're enjoying the fact that he's wearing a camera on his head. So am I. Jean-Pierre Sartel will be the pole sitter for this B final. Wesley van Helmond of the Netherlands in second. JQ, Joseph Quagran, will be third alongside his fellow countrymen, both Finnish competitors. It's Max Mort in fourth. Kaya Novotny, the Czech, in fifth. Patrick Hofer sixth. Thomas Musso seventh. Joel Verlander eighth. Swede Nicholas Manson in ninth. And Tom Cockerill in 10th. So that's the lineup. And with just a few seconds left until they get out on track, the anticipation builds, and Tom Cockerill will be starting from the back. It'll be interesting to see what he can do.
Are you ready? Hey, okay.
2 minutes to start.
2 minutes of warm-up, and then a 5-minute heat for this one. Jean-Pierre Sartel, Wesley van Helmond, the two cars at the front of the order. It'll be interesting to see exactly what they can do out there. Sartel has been quick. I'd argue he hasn't been the most consistent out there so far. What can he do this time? So the Frenchman has Wesley van Helmond for company on the front row. Van Helmond, the Dutch competitor.
One minute to start.
And with just a few seconds remaining, they go to their starting positions. You see the grid there sprayed on. And
30 seconds to start.
And the number 2 being sent to the back of the order. I think the number 1's being left there, Sartel. I'm quite surprised by that actually, because I don't think he was quite there at the 30-second marker either. However, they are proceeding, which means Tom Cockerill, who's carrying our camera, will be starting from 9th. What can he do in this B final? Sounds like we'll be able to hear a lot of conversation from him as well. So we're away here in a minute. There goes Jean-Pierre Sartel, front row to himself, so he should have a clean first lap. Anything but for some of the others. So Sartel leading the way in the early going. Wesley van Helmond fallen down the order, of course, with the issue of not getting into the pit box, the starting grid box in time. It's 30 seconds. And he was only reaching it at 28, so he was forced to start from the back. Sartel in the lead. I believe Joe Cockerill giving some words of advice to Tom Cockerill out there. The one car of Sartel with JQ for company, and Kaya Novotny close by as well, so that's the top 3. We continue to follow Sartel. He's had a good run so far. So a minute and 20 minutes to go. A minute and 20 seconds complete. And Sartel, they're off at the EFRA corner. He's off into a spin, and oh dear. The Frenchman, you could hear his dissatisfaction with that. Sartel getting stuck on the curbing, the piping, whatever you want to call it, and the marshal just kind of plopping him the wrong side, struggling to get back underway. That leaves him down in 6th place. 3 minutes and change left, and he's off again. Sartell, Tom Cockerill narrowly avoiding him on the inside, narrowly avoiding him on the outside. There was Joel Valander. It's all going a bit crazy down the bottom end of the field. Sartell wasn't expecting to be down the bottom end of the field, it's worth noting. Round code corner and over the bridge he goes. HPI hairpin. If we could just go to the final corner, we see the battle for third just going to the EFRA corner now. And that is Musso challenging Novotny, I believe. Yes, it is. And the battle for fifth, you may just see at the bottom of some of the shots, is also getting very intense, but it's that battle for third, the final podium position that we focus on for the time being. So, Kaya Novotny, Thomas Musso, third and fourth respectively. Over the first jump section they go. Over the tabletop. And the Fiat triple. And Max Mort in second right now. In
2 minutes to drive.
just getting a move in there. So, sorry, Mort in first now because Quagran, I believe, has fallen back. And we've lost one of the other cars. Just trying to figure out who that is. I think that might be Wesley Van Helmond. It is Van Helmond who's come a cropper. So that is the second place car we follow at the moment, Kaya Novotny. Max Mort up to the lead. Wasn't expecting that. Just caught me out there for a moment. But Mort in the lead. That's second place. If we can just hold back for the battle for third, or rather the third place car, which is Joel Valander. The black car. So, Joel Valander. And in fourth place now, Tom Cockerill. Not having a bad performance by any stretch of the imagination. He's got Thomas Musso and Patrick Hofer for company in the battle for fourth.
1 minute to drive.
Final minute of the race. Max Mort still leads. We'll take a look at him before the end. But Mort's been in control ever since he took that lead. But the battle for second closing up. Kaya Novotny with Joel Valander for company in the battle for second right now. Can Valander do anything to dispatch the fast Czech? And he does. He makes the move stick there at the third corner. So Novotny down to third place. Great driving from Joel Valander, just making use of a small mistake, but Novotny back on the attack. Novotny, is he going to make second place stick there? Yes, he does. He squeezes him out. Battle for second, extremely good. We are going to have to take a look at the leader in a minute, but we focus on that battle for second place for now. Incredible stuff. And that's it there. Novotny squeezes him at the inside. Squeezes him towards the inside, and that's the end of it for Joel Valander. So if we can just go to the final section now, the blue-orange car there of Max Mort. Crossing the line in car 4. Second place, Kaya Novotny. Third place, Joel Valander. Tom Cockerill in fourth. Good finish from him. Thomas Musso and Patrick Hofer, 5th and 6th. And last couple of cars just coming across the line, although Sartell eventually just coming across into the pit lane for 7th. But Tom, we'll take the camera off your head now, I think. But not a bad performance at all there.
10th to 4th, that's what you call domination of some sort. Luckily I had a bet with Nicholas and, well, I beat him, so I win.
How much?
We were actually betting for alcoholic beverages.
Ah.
So, yeah, I win that one. Which on a hot day like this is useful.
Indeed it is. So there you go. He'll get a cold drink out of the freezer. No, that would be in a beer pop. A nice cold beverage from the fridge, courtesy of your competitor. And 4th place, not a bad finish at all. So I think you should be happy with it anyway. You don't seem best pleased with it, but I think it was a good performance.
It was a good run in the final. I just obviously wish it had been an A final, but as do the other 10 guys in there, so I can't complain. I was beaten by better drivers this week, so it is what it is. I'll have to come back stronger next time.
And hopefully you do just that. The A final now upon us, the third leg of it. And as we said, it's between Neumann and Coelho. So if you could just explain the finer details of what each driver needs to do.
So basically, Jorn and Bruno both have a 1 and a 2. Bruno's final time was quicker by a significant 6 seconds. So basically, Bruno has won unless Jorn wins this leg. And there should be a Neil Cragg number 2 car starting in the middle of them. So we'll see what happens. But basically, Jorn needs to win. Otherwise, Bruno will be your champion.
So there you go. That's quite the circumstances to try and compete in for Jorn Neumann, German competitor. He's proven himself to be incredibly quick out there, but this is going to be his ultimate test. Got a win to take the European Championship. Of course, he was right up there in both two-wheel drive and now in four-wheel drive. And he'd feel, ultimately, I think, pretty hard done by if he walks away from Valladolid without a European Championship.
Yeah, it's never nice to go home with 2 podiums and no win. He's a guy who's won a few before. He knows what to do. He knows how to do it. Just down to what happens in this race. Same Matt, Bruno, defending world champion and EOS four-wheel drive champion. So it's fair to say he knows what he's doing as well. So it should be a good race. We'll see what happens. The start will be key. If Bruno can stretch his legs, or Neil or Jorn, or whoever comes out the first corner second, it'll be difficult to beat. But if we see a little error, it'll give us a very good race to watch.
Could make a strong argument for Bruno Coelho being the best 1/10 four-wheel drive off-road competitor in the world right now. That being the fact that he's the world champion, which kind of officially makes it so. But proving himself very quick here in the Euros. And of course, he's an X-ray man, isn't he, Coelho? So he's got the advantage of what seems to be the quickest car. And the world champions' banners for X-ray out here on the circuit. And they'd be rather happy to be able to create one that also says European champions. And Coelho would also be incredibly pleased to try and get another trophy on the mantle. Now, yourself being a driver, what we tend to do is we try and get the champion after the race is concluded. So if you could try and grab Bruno, he might take it a little better from you than me to just drag him over. 1 minute and 15 seconds until the all-important third leg of the A final. It's win or leave without a European Championship for Jorn Neumann. He has to be at the very front of the field at the end of the 5-minute heat, the third leg. And silence has come over the circuit.
9, 8.
The 10-second countdown begins.
6, 5, 4.
And we're away. Now here in Valladolid, it is Bruno Coelho at the front of the field. Neumann diving for second, dispatching Neil Cragg early on. So Cragg down to third place. At least he's actually started in his proper position for the first time in these Euros. And Neumann immediately going for the task at hand, that being Bruno Coelho. So we've got to focus on that lead battle above all else. This is for the European Championship. Coelho and Neumann. With Neumann with a point to prove, not managing to take that two-wheel drive championship. The man behind him, Neil Cragg, who took it eventually. And look at that, Neumann, a man determined. We saw twice in a row there looking up the inside. The German competitor really pushing it there. Not the best landing on the approach to the final double jump section of the lap. And Coelho in control just about. If he makes a single slip up though, Neumann's going to be right there. The pressure must be massive over there at the driver area.
Yeah, Bruno up on 2 wheels, gets away with it. Jorn coming out swinging, aggressive pass on Neil Cragg at the first corner. Neil, experienced head, probably didn't want to ruin a race for the fans on the first corner, and Jorn is definitely putting one on. So Jorn looking up the inside, and will he make it into turn 1? Not quite.
Could see just how close it was for him there. And Neil Cragg, of course, he'll be having... And he's through there, look at that. So Neumann with the better run out of the second corner. Great move from Jorn Jorn Neumann, Bruno Coelho in second, and Neil Cragg in third place. I was going to say he's probably banking on either Coelho taking out Neumann taking out Coelho, or a racing incident between them, in which case he can go and pick up the pieces.
Yeah, I mean, Neil will be happy to take this leg home. Jorn definitely set that move up from coming off a double, down the straight, through the first corner. Bruno had to go defensive, didn't quite get his line over the jump he wanted, and it allowed Jorn up the inside. So, free corner move from Jorn, brilliant racing. And as it stands, I think Lee Martin's going to take the final podium spot, running in fourth in this one, behind countryman Neil Cragg. But the battle is definitely out front. This is a race. Winner of this takes it all. And Bruno looking at the inside, can't quite make it stick. Jorn comes up short on the triple.
They collide. Sorry, just taking the mic away for a second there. Didn't mean to, but Coelho. Oh, they collide there, and Neumann's just about managed to keep hold of that one. May have been some rumblings of he needs a penalty if Coelho had taken the lead on that one, but it's getting closer and closer between the two of them. Neumann, as you said, this one is the European Championship decider. It's always great when a championship is decided purely on track. You can see the visual battle taking place for this European title. It's a win they need with the top two out front. And Jorn Neumann with a bigger lead now, because there goes the second place car. That leaves Jorn Neumann out there in front. So we see Neumann, but let's go back to Coelho in fourth behind Lee Martin. Coelho's now going to try and recompose himself, but with the less than 2 minutes left, he may have well just given up the European Championship.
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be difficult. He's got 2 cars to pass and about 4 seconds to find on Jorn, which is going to be difficult. And what this means for podium is if Bruno gets past Lee Martin, which he just has, it looks like Neil Cragg's going to take the third step on the podium. So Lee Martin really needs that third place back, or hope that Bruno can find his way into second in the remaining 1 minute 30. Meanwhile, Jorn out front, he's got to do exactly what he did in leg 1 and just drive a clean race to take this one home, and he will be the European champion.
Neumann would be happy with that. It would make up for the loss of the two-wheel drive championship for sure if he was to walk away with the four-wheel drive. Bruno Coelho's going to be very annoyed. He's got to keep his head together. Got to try and get past Cragg, and that's not going to help. Another issue for Bruno Coelho, the Portuguese competitor, the reigning world champion. He's going to be devastated. That is the end of it, really. Fourth place now, away back from even third place, Lee Martin. So with 45 seconds, let's look at Jorn Neumann coming around the first few corners and down into the tabletop and along the Fiat Triple. Neumann, just 30 seconds. One more lap of this circuit in Valladolid, the Circuito de Dios, to take the European Championship. The nerves will be building. Neil Cragg will be hoping, but Jorn Neumann in the lead. Ahead of the two Brits, Cragg and Martin. Over the Fiat Triple, not the cleanest of runs through the Fiat Triple. Over the bridge. And now just one really difficult section, that double. It's the only section really where it could go wrong for him now. Makes it over cleanly round the final corner. And Jorn Neumann is the European champion here in Valladolid. The 1/10 four-wheel drive European champion. Jorn Neumann. Incredible performance from the German competitor Neil Cragg, and Lee Martin in second and third place, the two Brits. So Neil Cragg with 2 rostrums in 2 European Championships, just one other driver away from the double European Championship. But he has the trophy. And Jorn Neumann, you are the European champion in four-wheel drive 1/10. How does that feel?
I feel pretty good. I don't know, I knew I need to win the last heat, so I pushed very hard and could pass Neil on first corner. And then I give maximum pressure to Bruno and I could pass him, and then everything went very good.
Were you expecting mistakes from Bruno? Were you expecting to have to fight him to the death? Were you surprised that eventually he was nowhere near you at the end?
Yeah, I knew when we have almost same speed, and I knew when I gave him a lot of pressure he makes small mistakes, and that's what happened. And then, yeah, it was good for me.
And of course, 5 X-rays in this final. and only one serpent, that would be you. I assume that your manufacturer are probably quite happy with you at the moment.
Yeah, it's actually only it's the first time that we drive the car, pre-production version, and working very good. Very good feeling. I think they are pretty happy.
You'd hope so. Well, if that's the pre-production version, I dread to think what's going to happen next year, I assume, when the car comes out properly. But either way, congratulations. Great performance out there. You're the new European champion. Superb job. So there you go. Jorn Neumann, he has the trophy. And he had 1.8 seconds over Neil Cragg. So off goes Jorn Neumann, our new four-wheel drive European champion. And Tom, he's deserving of that one, isn't he? That was a great performance in the final leg.
Yeah, I mean, he was under pressure. I think leg 2 proved that Bruno could pull away from him. So Jorn knew that he had to come out swinging. Great move on Neil on the second corner. And then he just drove to it. He put Bruno under pressure. It was a little error he got through. He was under pressure himself, but he drove a race. He drove 5 minutes. It wasn't the fastest final time, but it's his name at the top, and that's what he needed to do.
So Jorn Neumann, our European champion. Neil Cragg second, Lee Martin third. That's the podium. Bruno Coelho in fourth place. He'll be feeling a lot of pain right now. But either way, it's been a great 6 days between the two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive championships here in Valladolid from the Circuito Teledios. For the final time, it's goodbye from RC Racing TV. We remind you to check us out on Facebook. Thank you to our sponsors HPI Racing and Fiat, and to our co-commentator Tom Cockerill. It is goodbye.